journey. What more can we expect, and how will the sector deal with them? That's all we will talk about and discuss today. Bringing together key stakeholders and top FM leaders, the BW Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards aims to develop a forward-thinking strategy to impact the operational efficiencies, health and wellness, sustainability, and a positive environment in the workplace. With this, may I please request my team to play today's event, AV. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms and also our social media channels and on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As the flag of today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversation and share the learnings from the day by using the hashtag BWFM. Now, before I move forward, I would like to thank our partners for today. Our co-partner, Blue Star Limited, our associate partner, 10 On Group, a knowledge partner, Global Association for Corporate Services, our gifting partner, the Mother's Kitchen, event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. With this, may I please request my team to now play the partners AV. And with this, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to please deliver the opening address.
Morning. Thank you, Aditya, for starting the event. It's my honor and privilege to be at the inaugural edition of the Facility Management Conference and Excellence Awards 2023. It's a full house in the morning. It's a good feeling. We had an event here on Saturday. Mr. Thalis Rizvi, who's our business head for BW people, did it, and it was a full house too. I was here till the evening at 8 p.m. Today is a very important day. First of all, let me acknowledge the presence of our awards in any segment that we do are a process-driven, high integrity, and bring experts to decide what happens. People who know the domain, but don't have an active stake or a direct stake. So our jury and jury chairs are the most important part of our awards. They determine the quality of winners, they determine the integrity, and the special effects happens in my speeches. So let me welcome Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who is the jury chair of the inaugural edition of the Facility Management Award. Please give Mr. Tyagarajan a big round of applause. He's the MD and CEO of Blue Star. And I genuinely, I'm not saying it on stage. Yesterday, I was in a meeting in the evening with my friend Ved, and his name came up, and I can only say he's a very kind man, and I'm a recipient of his kindness. Of course, he's a very tall leader. And when we thought of this, me and Mohit discussed it. And let me say, it is customary to thank your team at the end. But really, all the hard work in this has been put by Mr. Mohit Chopra. So please give Mohit a big round of applause. Mohit has also been assisted by Ms. Shilpa Chandel. Shilpa primarily came in to build the security community, but is now working with Mohit on this. So they, along with everybody else, all the teams have contributed. Ashish is here, Karthik is here, Prashant, Mayank. Of course, Talis, I called him in yesterday and said, it's Mohit's first event. You must spend time with him and help him in whatever final moment. So really, thank you, Talis, for always being there. We are a people's business. Everything in our business about people. And I can say, seeing the quality and the quantity of the industry leaders in the room, that the facility management industry really is a growing industry. Its best is yet to come. And hopefully, India will lead in the way India brings the best practices in this domain. It is my honor also to welcome Mr. Daksha Bhardwaj, who is an architect, environment planner, interior designer, and he's the founder of Bhardwaj and Bhardwaj Associates. He's the founder trustee of the Dr. Satyakam Bhardwaj Vedic Research Foundation. Dr. Daksha Bhardwaj was also a jury member. He's a leading architect. I had the good pleasure of meeting him for the first time 27 years back. And since then, I have clung on to him. And I find good people, I cling on to him. He was introduced to by my friend, Mr. Harshvardhan, who should be here. Mohit, Harshji is coming. You should call him again. And, Harshji was then the MD of Group 4, in which Dakshi and his son are the largest shareholders from India. That's how I first met Dakshi in 96 or 97, I can't be sure. I just want to say that you all are experts on facilities management. I'm not an expert on facility management, but since I run a business editorial product and I part of 2 organizations, I can only say that there is a lot of expectations from facility management. I was trying to prepare for my speech in the morning and last evening, and I was looking through what's happening, and there are many trends, but I must say the 3 things that strike me is the word integrated is being used in every sector. You take any sector, everyone is using the word integrated, and that's true because post-COVID office spaces, facilities are no longer just office spaces or facilities. They double as, recreational places, because there's work from anywhere. And we know work from home and work from anywhere can be productive, but we are in a collaborative domain. We all collaborate with each other. So we could have done this on Zoom, or we are doing this in a hall face to face. So we realize that the word integrated is being used in every domain. So integrated facility management services. Second is the use of technology and AI. There's no domain where technology and AI is not making impact. And third is the fact that today we're talking of sustainability, specifically in the facility management domain. We talk about energy is a very big issue. How do we make the optimum use of energy? Also, post-COVID, in the last 18, 20 months, COVID happened almost 38 months back. In the last 20 odd months, 24 odd months, a whole host of new employee services have also become part of facility management services. And again, if we look at the global market for facility management, it's already almost a $2 trillion business, right? Or a service, whichever way you want to look at it. India, of course, is a very big market and there are varied numbers. But the fact is that the integrated facility management space is growing. It's growing at a pace which is more than 100% every year, because there are new services, new products, new ideas that are coming into the facility management space. I just want to say that employee safety, employee well-being, and employee wellness are more important than they ever were. Office spaces have reimagined themselves to be places of recreation, or places of collaboration, and places of work. So hence, the services and the ambient nature of facility management has also kept pace with this changing expectations that employees, co-workers, and companies have. Today, the Internet of Things and the advent of robots, we are using in facilities management, we are using the Internet of Things in a very big way, especially at large facilities. The robotics is helping us replace some of the functions that are traditionally done by facility management professionals, but supervised by professional facility management services. The augmented reality is also being used by facility management players to be able to provide service. Risk management has always been a lexicon which has been used, and sometimes there is a interface between security services and facility management services. Data is becoming more and more important. It always was. Data was important 20 years back. It is important now. But it'll be more important in the future. So the ability to be able to protect data and the ability to do risk management in a way that it exists, but it is not seen, has become very, very important. I just want to say that facility management, the more technology is being used in facility management, the role of human touch will go up. And that's true for every industry. Every industry is using more and more technology, but the human touch, the more technology usage goes up, the value of human touch goes up. I just want to say that at Business World, we built 27 communities. We're not in the business of magazines, websites, events, or doing research in those sectors, insights. We're in the business of building communities and making sure there is meaningful commerce in them. And commerce, we mean, is you collaborating with each other. The facility management conference is a start to building a facility management community. I think in every sector, in every domain, in every community, there is an opportunity to segment, sub-segment, and sub-sub-segment. When I started Exchange for Media 22 years back, I couldn't have imagined the kind of, subdomains that exist between advertising, marketing, media. Seems like such a, plain Jane domain. But the fact is, we do a India Digital Awards for the last 10 years, but we do a, separate programmatic awards, separate content marketing awards, because the specialized nature of every domain is making sure that a deep dive is needed in each domain. Today is the start of our starting to build a facility management community. We make sure that, like every community, the facility management is at the core of what we do, is at the center of what we do. So we will launch a publication, which to start will be a quarterly print publication. And there is a certain charm of reading a print product. Anybody who tells you print is dead don't know the print business. I can only tell you it is a very profitable and impactful business. I have the numbers of all the print players in the country, especially with the newsprint price coming down. It has become very, very profitable. And is very impactful. It is very credible. So the serendipity of reading a magazine will always be there. So we launch a quarterly print product. We launch a daily community for facility management, will be digital, which will have a weekly newsletter. And we'll do various events and initiatives, both knowledge-led and collaborative networking-led, to be able to make sure you connect with various stakeholders in this community. So today is a start. We are seeding this community. I think it's a great start. And I'd like to congratulate the professionals in the facility management domain for making sure that you take what you do very seriously. And as I said, facility management is something that is taken for granted till something goes wrong. It's one of those things. I just want to end by saying that everything we do is process driven. It's of high integrity, and we exist as a community to be able to make a difference. So we are here for you, by you, and we'll be able to make an impact to your domain, to our domain of facility management. And the best thing is, because Business World is a B2C product which has readers across top 30 Indian cities. Our digital reach is huge, and we have 27 communities. We can also connect you with all other domains, like the BW hotelier community. We have the #1 hospitality community for the last 8 years. It is reflected in the premiums that we get for our advertising and for our event sponsorship. Typically, it's 3 times than the next guy. So clearly, it's not just me thinking or my team thinking that we build the most premium community. We take the legal community. We build the BW legal world. In the last 3.5 years, we launched it on 12th December 2019. We become the go-to place for GCs. We are very clear when we build a new community, who's our core TG? It's a community for facility management. We'll be able to bring something editorially and something in our conferences and initiatives and workshops and knowledge-led initiatives, which give you something extra and connect you to the rest of the ecosystem. That would be our endeavor. I don't want to stand between you and the other speakers. We have a very good lineup of speakers today. Mr. Tyagarajan would also be speaking. We have now Mr. Sameer Saxena, who is the Real Estate Services Leader India for Marsh and McLaren Companies, will be speaking immediately after me. And then we have a whole host of leaders that will be speaking in the evening. At 4:10, we have our awards. Mr. Tyagarajan, who's our jury chair, will be opening the awards, and 23 businesses and people will be rewarded, which have all come through the jury process. This is the first year of the awards. I have seen awards. You've been part of our INBA. You've been part. I started with 180, not even 100 in the first award, 80 entries. Today we get 1,600 to 2,000 entries in that award, and you see it's in the 15th year. Of course, awards and conferences and initiatives are like children. They grow up in no time, and they become responsible and contributing. So really, we'll nurture this community in a way that nobody's done in India, in a deep content-based way, which is what our speciality is. And to be able to build scale in whatever we do and do it at a scale that it is for value for your time. So I look forward to celebrating your growth, the facility management industry's growth, the outsourced and integrated facility management services growth. In India, services are growing. You take any sector, services is actually leading the GDP in the economy. Also, this domain is a huge employer. So you should have a seat at the table in boardrooms. You should have a seat in the table when it comes to policy making. We as BW Business World and BW Facility Management Community will make sure we create platforms that get you a seat where your word is necessary. I want to end by saying that India is at the cusp of a growth that is going to happen irrespective of anyone. And the simple reason for that is a domestic consumption-led economy. It's not very complex because we have consumers there and we are the largest space. Coupled with the fact that we have democracy, we have rule of law, and most importantly, we have a skilled workforce. We are the fastest growing economy in the world, and that is not a political statement. It's a factual statement. It doesn't matter. Of course, the government is a very big enabler in making sure that we stay on track and hopefully outdo the expectations that we have. And the government on its part has done by doing things, by building highways, by doing initiatives like UPI, by doing the ONDC, and building, I keep saying they're like, China is a valley of surveillance. I call it the valley of surveillance. They've not allowed any other digital platforms from the world to be there. So because they are a valley of surveillance, it's for those of you who are from that domain, you know what China does. And then there is the Silicon Valley, which is for profit. And that's great too. I mean, if you make an impact, profit is a byproduct. But I would say what's happening in India in the last few years is the valley of good. UPI is an example. What we built with CoWIN is an example. We exported CoWIN to the world. So India is a valley of good. We are creating a lot of good karma by doing what we are doing, whether it's vaccine Matri or the CoWIN or what we've done with UPI and hopefully what we'll do with ONDC. There's a lot of openness in the way we work. We are not an aggressor on any part of the world. We're only a collaborator or a good neighbor. So with this, India is poised to grow. We are the only spot in the world which is looking good in a very difficult economy where supply chains were disrupted and the cost of everything went up. India also in areas like in making its own chips. What will happen in the next 3 years? We've already had the announcement from Vedanta of putting up a plant in Gujarat. There are other private players also talking to large players to build capabilities in area where India will not only be a consumer, but will be a supplier to the world. So I think with that, I want to end by saying the real estate sector in the last 3 years boomed, especially the residential. And, I know 2.5 years back, a lot of people wrote the epitaph of office spaces. Office spaces won't be needed. Commercial spaces won't be needed. People will work from home. And you know what has happened. I mean, work from home has its own utility. And all of us have a working space at home. But the collaborative nature of work has reinvented workspaces. The demand for office space is growing at 100% with the boom in IT and ITES and the kind of services that employers and employees want for the ecosystem. The role of integrated facility management and futuristic facility management with a heart will be bigger. And hence, this community will play a big role in making sure that the corporates and the Indian business ecosystem grows. I wish you luck. Today is the start of a facility management community that we will launch subsequently in the next few weeks. I hope you contribute to it. You can engage with Shilpa editorially, or you can engage, most of you know Mohit, on the business side to be able to contribute to it. My other senior colleagues from editorial are here. Mr. Ruhail Amin is there. He was here somewhere, possibly. Ruhail, you're here. Yes, you can connect with Ruhail. And there are other colleagues from marketing and ad sales. Nandini is there. You can connect with my colleagues to be able to contribute to this community and be part of it. I wish you luck. I'm happy that we are starting it. And I'm happy it is starting with such a big bang and in the right way. And we've been able to put together in awards that are really honest. I don't even know who the winners are. I've not even looked at the list. I only called Mohit to say, just can you send me who's giving away the awards? And he sent me a sheet, which I have not yet opened. But that's the way we do awards. We have no for or against bias for anyone. Whatever our jury chair decides, whatever our jury decides is final. And no awards process are perfect. At the end of the day, jury members are making a decision on the basis of work you've submitted, how well you do perform that day. It's like Sachin Tendulkar. He's a great cricketer, but sometimes he gets out on 0. Sometimes he doesn't score a 50 or 100. In the past, now he doesn't play. So maybe on that day you didn't bat well, so to say. That doesn't make you any less than who you are. But awards are a process of being able to judge in a short span of time through the data that is given. And they're also a process of elimination, as Mr. Thyagarajan and Mr. Bhardwaj, you know. So our awards are very honest and high integrity. And by third edition, they become perfect. We have enough knowledge of the domain. We know who the players are. We're able to guide our jury. The number of entries is huge. Almost all the players participate by the third year. The ones that stay away in the first, second. By third year, everyone participates. So the awards become the benchmark, hopefully in the third year. But we made a good start with Mr. Thyagarajan. Please give him a big round of applause for giving his time today, giving his time that day. Time is the biggest asset we have. Attention is the biggest currency that we can give to anyone. So thank you, Mr. Thyagarajan. Thank you, Mr. Bhardwaj. Thank you to all of you who are the leaders of the facility management domain for being part of this inaugural conference on facility management and the inaugural awards on facility management. We'll make sure we get your attention and we get your cooperation in building the right image and collaborative platform for the facility management domain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context. And now straight away, deep diving into the topic, let's move ahead with the first keynote session on redefining facilities management, a paradigm shift. Please join me in welcoming on stage Samir Saxena, Fricks, IGBC, AP, GEM, CP, IOSH, Real Estate Services Leader, India, Marsh and McLennan Companies. Also, while sir's getting ready, just a request to all our speakers or session chairs that once you've finished your session, we would request you to please collect your, let's say, love of token and appreciation from us, from our gifting partner, Mother's Kitchen. They'll be kept at the reception desk. We don't really want you to be handling them and taking them everywhere, just to keep you free of the hassle. Okay, everybody, please, let's welcome once again, Samir Saxena.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, all. And indeed, it's very difficult to speak after Dr. Batra speaks, So all the preparation that I may have done for this keynote, he has already covered in 15 minutes time. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for actually capturing it so well. I think you're starting off with facilities management as a domain. And believe me, majority of the professional, my colleagues who are over here, they're very excited. They're very excited to be here. And I think one of these structured platforms which will give us a voice, which will give us an opportunity to interact, which will give us an opportunity to share knowledge, I think we will be looking forward to it. One of the most important parts that you touched was around a boardroom seat. And believe me, that's one of the biggest struggle for majority of us staying over here or who are right now over here. So thank you once again for picking that up. And thank you, Satyagarajan and Mr. Bharadwaj. I've got so many old colleagues, current colleagues who are here. It's indeed a privilege and an honor to be here and sharing some of my thoughts. So today, my thought was to build around some of the facts that we have been deliberating about. I'll try and stick to the timelines which have been given, which is 20 minutes, and I'll make sure that I do justice to it. So I'll quickly cover on this, but I don't think so that it's relevant that I go right now because we'll be going across through these slides. So first, a brief journey about myself. I manage the real estate services for Marsh and McLennan in the country. Started off from a very small town, did my schooling from Chhatarpur. I don't know, majority of you people would be knowing Khajuraho, and that's where is my belonging. And then I moved to Dehradun, did hotel management from hotels, moved into facilities, various organizations, and today it is where I am. Yeah, it has been a great journey. And one of the reasons, obviously, there's a personal bit of me also, which is on this slide. Why is it that I'm showing this slide? I think majority of us, we have interacted well. I think this is the reason. This is the reason. Facilities management as an alternate career. I think majority of us as professionals who are sitting in this room, this was never the first choice. Never the first choice. So Dr. Batra, thank you for making sure that we are able to elevate the platform or the profession in such a manner that we are able to bring in pride to this profession. We need professionals who are committed to this cause. We need professionals who are there in this journey. We need grade A people. We don't need only those people who are looking at it as an alternate career or somewhere that they could not do this, they could not do. That's why they are here. So thank you once again. And here it is. So yes, I will cover a little bit about the growth, although majority of you are aware of facilities management. I think as a domain is definitely dependent on a lot of growth story that India has. And India, if I look at, and these are all nothing that comes from me, it is only a assimilation of the data that I could gather, right? If you look at the economic purview, the way the GDP growth rate is, you will see India and China, they are anchoring the global growth. If you look at the GST collections in today's, April has been the highest. And if you look at year on year, it has been going very, very strong. So if I look at the high frequency indicators, which is GST, as well as the PMI for both manufacturing and services sector, they clearly indicate that our path of growth is very, very sturdy. Another way to look at it, IT industry booming up. Till April has been very, very good, right? We have got some of the Gartner's report, which actually tell us the story of how resilient our IT story is. And something that we are directly connected. Majority of the people in the FM services domain, we work in the corporate real estate. And this is a story. 840 million square feet size of corporate real estate in India, which is grade A only. I'm not talking of grade B and C, which would take this number to very, very different level. We had 71.7 million square feet of area which was leased last year, which is the highest up to date. And you can give a round of applause to all of you who have been managing it, by the way. We had a record supply, 51.7 million square feet. As far as the GDP is concerned, 7% growth. And believe me, one of the strongest sector that is coming out is the flex. All of us know of it. 106,000. That means 106,000 seats that we have actually leased out the last year. So I think this is the growth story. And apart from that, I'm not talking of residential, I'm not talking of the property management, etc. It is pure FM or the integrated facilities management, as we call in the sectors which are predominantly in corporate services. Yes, there is a shift in today's context. What we have been witnessing over last couple of decades, last few years, I think there has been a shift, or there's a defined shift as we speak. So I'm sure majority of our friends over here, they know what has been the traditional delivery model as far as IFM was concerned. That, energy sustainability, building operations, employees. So basically hard services and the workplace services or the soft services, we would typically divide that. And that's how those service delivery would happen. There will be engineering, HR, IT, HSC, quality, finance, sourcing. All of them would be getting together and supporting all of it. I think this is how the entire delivery structure has been till date. I'm not again going into the details because all of you know that. Now, I think the major shift that is coming in over a period of time is around the fact that how is it that we are calibrating with the future? There have been I have been able to identify 6 distinct areas over here. Well-being is a focus right now. ESG is a strong consideration. Recalibration of space, how are we going to use it? Return to office. I think post-COVID, this is one of the most important considerations for us. Evolving location strategy, rethinking layouts. I think all of it has become so important. Now, if I look at some of the common challenges that all of us as professionals, the organizations which are here, they are looking at it, that, in terms of the delivery of facilities management as a service to the organization, how is it going, or what are the common challenges? One of the major ones that we see for people who are handling the large portfolios, for people who are handling small portfolios, I think one is inconsistent strategy. I think this is something which has been disturbing us. Second, value for money. Majority of the times we are neither able to convince our stakeholders, neither we are convinced ourselves about the value of money. Third part is governance and management. How does this entire structure, and we go across to a lot of organizations, a lot of companies, structure a contract, do multiple things, but I think we struggle over there. Quality controls, I think that's a challenge, and that may be related to the fact that maybe we are not getting those kind of manpower which is there. We are not able to attract the kind of talent that we are supposed to have in this particular domain. And non-standardized service, I think this is also a big challenge for us. Communications confidentiality, right? Gone are those days where we would use the postcard to say pranam and then we would do everything, and that's how. Gone are those days. As far as when we are working in multinational organizations, we know what GDPR is. We know the issues around privacy. We know multiple other things. So confidentiality, and specifically when you are getting a partner on board, this is one big challenge. The other part is, around communication. How do we get to communicate with our stakeholders? Our partners get to communicate with us, and that's how I think these challenges. So I think common challenges, and there may be, this is only to enlist a few, which I could say. I think this list can go on and on and on. So now looking at this, I think Dr. Batra mentioned integrated. Yes, that's the way. We started working on something called integrated portfolio management. So various organizations who are specifically in the field of facilities management or in the field of delivery of corporate services to various organizations, they have started working on that model, where it is not only facilities management, it is an overall service portfolio which is being delivered. And how is it delivered? So all these things around, whether it is facilities, transactions, project, capital markets, consulting, intelligence, occupancy, lease, energy, all of them gets woven into one particular bouquet, and they are all outcome driven. So there are multiple advantages of getting into the integrated FM as a service delivery model. I go on to the next part. Yes, I think this is where majority of us would agree that how is it that the focuses are being changed today? The focus in terms of I've just taken maybe top 6 of the line items. How is it around operational excellence? What is around the workforce, digitization, continuous improvement, and financial prudence? In terms of yesterday, when we look at operations, we would have dedicated site teams. There were schedule-based services. Now, what has been happening, which is the new normal or the post-COVID world, things are different. Predictive engineering, IoT, and long-term planning. I think these are some of the aspects that we have been looking at. Workforce. I think earlier, social, community culture, all of it was impacting. We would have only and only on-site collaboration. But then what is it today? Today it is changing. We have, interestingly, a lot of us, we have been experimenting. We are creating new positions to enhance the experience of our colleagues. So we have gone way beyond only the typical service models. So engagement, experience ambassadors, majority of things like that is happening. There is obviously a blend of face-to-face interactions together with virtual interactions. All of it is being delivered in that manner. As far as digitization was concerned, earlier, we were integrated things, only looking at it. We were looking at how do we digitize? How do we digitize registers for that matter? How do we digitize checklists for that matter? Now it goes around the other thing. How do we use the data? How do we make sure that touchless technologies are incorporated? What are the virtual learnings? All those learnings are taken care of. Continuous innovation. I think this has been one of the forefront. We have been, as an industry, growing over a period of time. We have grown over a period of time. We have learned a lot from what we have been doing earlier. But then in today's scenario, I think we are again learning, right? We're saying agile workplaces. How do we embrace that change? How do we make sure that the facilities management is delivered in such a manner so that the agile workplace model is successful? Interestingly, we are looking at innovators. We are looking at various partnerships with various organizations to make sure that we are able to deliver what is expected out of us. So I think that's a big change. Earlier, in terms of financial prudence, it was only focused on how could we bring down the cost. Today, I think it is changing a little. We have been looking at how is it that we are bringing the best out of what we are spending. And I think that's a major difference as far as our models are concerned. Okay, now I'll share with you some of the indicators that I think are very, very important. If I look at today's workplace, it is changing, it is all evolving. Future of work, the way our industry has been working, the way service deliveries have been working. Now with the new ways of working, the hybrid ways of working, the workplace is constantly changing. The ask that we have been given by our stakeholders, by our businesses, is definitely differing on every passing day, right? Collaborative workplace, hybrid modes of working. I think we have to work towards ensuring all these aspects are met, they are delivered. Wellness, as you mentioned, post-COVID world, wellness has been a huge, huge focus for all of us. Everything that we do, everything that we execute today is somewhere or the other connected to the wellness of the individuals or the employees who are working over here. So I think wellness has been the big focus. Real estate analytics. I think as far as our balance sheets are concerned, the biggest spend is, the manpower. The second biggest spend is what we manage, and of which is real estate. So I think how do we leverage our real estate to our advantage? How do we make sure that the organizations get benefited from the real estate that are being used? How do we do that? I think a lot of the analytics is now in place. And I think we are continuously evolving again. Technology that is going to aid us. Big data is going to aid us. AI is all going to aid us. Sustainability roadmap. Again, post-COVID world, this is again of a big, big focus for all of us. How do we work towards our net zero commitments? We have seen how COVID disrupted the entire thing. And majority of us sitting in the room, pre-COVID, we would never believe that there could be anything that would stop us from going outside. There could be anything that could just bring the cities to a halt, the world to a halt. But then that happened. And that's where this focus around wellness and sustainability has continuously been increased. And D&I, again, a big focus for all of us. It's a challenge, in fact, getting employable manpower. I'm only talking of facilities management as a domain. It has been a big focus from an organization standpoint. But for us as facility management professionals, I think we still need to imbibe, we still need to get people over there. And last, I think today we are working in a world wherein the models are getting customized every day. The delivery models, and I have got a lot of friends coming in from that side of the table when I say that, obviously, service delivery models. So service delivery models, they have been changing. They're customized every passing day. And here is it. So if I look at the traditional model, they have been moving towards more of a digital delivery. Maybe, and a lot of these, a lot of times I say it may be a fad also. Proactive, predictive, data-driven delivery models, but all these models are today getting actualized. We are now working on it. Some of the organizations are working on partial things. Some of the organizations are working on a complete different kind of a model. So I think the way the facilities management is working on, it is changing. It is changing the dynamics, and it is working on the basis of what organization is looking at. And again, I'm not going into the details, but the idea was to give a flair of how is it changing. And interestingly, when I speak to some of my friends in the industry, they say this is only a part of it. We have got multiple more models. What is it that you want? Earlier, it used to be one model and you are supposed to be delivering on that model. Now, there are multiple models which are futuristic, and our friends are working on it. And these are maybe some of the models that I just had crafted on. I've just learnings from the industry. There are occupancy linked models which are now in place. There is increased FM outsourcing. So organizations focus on more and more outsourcing to make sure that we are able to get what is expected, and also on cost optimization. Interestingly, another one which I came to know was how do they blend fixed and the variable cost in such a manner so that there are flexible commercials which may be applicable for organizations. There are customized KPIs. So organizations want to measure what they want to measure, and they want to ignore what they want to ignore. So there are models around that. So here we see, and again, I'm just reharping from what I said earlier. There are multiple collaborations or partnerships which organizations are entering into their space so that they can deliver themselves. They can deliver the kind of expectations that is there by the organizations. And last, there are models which are there wherein organizations and the partners, they are coming together, they are making investment to make sure that they deliver what is essential for the organization. So this is the way the entire journey is shifting, and that's how. So just wanted to share this with you. And with this, I'll just come to the end of my presentation. So thank you all for listening to me. Indeed, good to hear.
Sameer, sir, do I have the permission of taking your phone? Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for starting it off. Okay, from our first keynote speaker session on redefining facilities management, let's move ahead towards the next one on facility in service industry for office workspace. Please join me in welcoming on stage Daksha Bhardwaj, architect, environment planner, and interior designer partner, Bhardwaj and Bhardwaj Associates, founder trustee, Dr. Satyakam Bhardwaj, Vedic Research Foundation. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After such a presentation, I mean, it was so excellent, but I have nothing to show on slides. I'll be very brief. An architect for the last 4 decades, have been as this interior designers. We've also done films as art directors, fashion, fabrics, and so on and so forth. Born in Delhi and studied in Delhi in St. Columbus, did my architecture here. It has been an evolving, how evolves. I've been very lucky for the last 4 decades, been traveling almost all over the world, which evolves, you learn. Even today, I'm evolving. The day a person says, well, I'm evolved, I know everything, he's an idiot. That's how I'll say it. And so, and opportunities, being on certain boards of international corporations or industries made me evolve and know what the world is all about. Now, coming back to the issue of facility management, let us understand what really it means. It means management of facilities. And what is facility to a layman? Facility is what he can facilitate into, in the sense, what are the facilities which are available to a person? Well, basically, the facilities which a person is looking for is security, education, good food, healthy, sanitized living, and so on and so forth. Of course, a clean home. You will be surprised to know that under the Vedic ethos, the ruler or the prime minister was supposed to give a very healthy, secure environment through facilities. It was mandatory, irrespective of creed or caste. Now here, my friend has spoken about the various great things which we have achieved, and I must congratulate all these people who have, especially in the pandemic time, done great, fantastic work. Now, my issue is that agreed 3 decades ago or so, we made intelligent building. One of the first building, intelligent buildings, where everything was intelligent, the fire detectors, firefighting, sensors, parking lots, everything intelligent. And that used to be managed by hiring people in various fields. Now, from there, we have now leapt forward to AI. It's a fantastic growth, which our friend mentioned about. But I have one issue which I have always thought about. You see, it's very good corporates, high offices, multi-story buildings, and so on and so forth. And they are being looked after. But what about that person on the small areas? He lives in a single story or double story house. He also requires all those facilities. Though in all the 53 beautiful presentations which were made, I found that not much which I could detect is for that poor sort who's on the street. Now, I'll tell you why I'm talking about that is, I was very well honored to be on the board of directors of the advisory board of G4S. And we were probably the largest security company. Now, in that, we had thousands of people who were householders, you know, Greater Kailash, here, all over the world, all over India. Now, they were living a simple life like we all normally live in a house, where they had social functions or they had called a few friends and things were very nice. But suddenly, on a part of a dinner where we all are, the lights go off or the air conditioning goes off. Now, what does that poor sort do? I mean, he'll keep on ringing Desu and that he'll never get an answer. So what we did about 3 decades ago, somewhere there, we thought that this is a management which Group 4 can take up, which we call it as a facility management. Now there, what we were doing were simple things which will help the small householder. We would provide a generator immediately. We'll get air conditioning there, air conditioners. If a water pump is not working, he's not getting any water, immediately our staff will go and either correct the pumps or bring in the new pumps. They were all within our stores. And we found that worked pretty well. And we felt very happy that we are trying to give a service to ordinary people, not the corporates, because they are already being managed, but to people like you and me who live in houses. And this is a problem which we face day to day. So I felt that was the very, very important part of management of facilities. Now, this facility is an omnidirectional word. Like my friend explained, hospitality, hospitals, airports, you name it, anything, that all require facility of a very special kind. A hospital requires a very different type of facility than probably a hotel or an airport, which has a very wide spectrum. So that is now being taken care of very well, as we can see, and the growth is fantastic, whether it's office space or anything like that. But the moot point again is that while our growth is tremendous, which is great, while we are looking after all the corporates and this thing, what the human, after all, facility is a habitat where people live. They live not only in multi-story towers, because those towers will have facility management, which our friends are doing a fantastic job. But what about those people? And there are millions of those. I don't think we are doing enough to look after them. And I feel that's the duty of all our facility management friends here who are so great, doing fantastic work. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Excellent work. So that is one area I would want to stress, that while we're doing all this, which is fabulous, I think some part of a section of all this management should be also looked into for people who cannot afford all this, but they need the basics, which I find missing even today in Delhi. Especially in Delhi, I don't think there's anything who does that sort of simple thing. I don't think it's worth their while, they feel, but I think it's a duty towards society, which we all are involved in as technocrats or management people, which I think is an aspect I would ask my friends to look into. Now, this is how I feel the management of facilities, which, as you said, the friend said to me that these require tremendous integration. I mean, we are now on AI. I mean, we've gone to that stage. The other day I was saying that now a person who's down with paralysis with a broken spinal cord, now they have been able to, with AI, connect this thing and they send signals and the muscles in the leg start moving and he starts moving. I mean, look at the situation where we are, and especially now with this, as my friend Samir said, all this is being taken care of. This, I think, the point I would think people should consider more from a human angle, that these people also have to be looked into. These people require help from facility managed people or facility people who are providing facilities. It might look very puny, but it is not so, because it's the human after all. Human who requires these facilities. Human is the person who requires to live in a clean environment or get education or health and so on and so forth. That human touch, I find, is missing. Sorry to say this, what I feel. We have done wonders. There's no doubt we are doing wonders, faster growing economy and all that. Great. But let's come back to our basis, the ethos of a human, his facility, his welfare, his keep up. At one time in our group 4, we started an ambulance service. We thought of an ambulance fully equipped, and we had thousands of people, but then some legalities come into it that who will be responsible. So we had started that also. We were going to start with that also. Management of people who just give a ring and they're all on a computer, and people within 15 minutes. That was part of, unfortunately, it didn't take place because legalities, as I mentioned. But friends, this is what I feel. Think about it. I might have gone off a tangent, but this is my feeling from the heart. I think we should look into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dakshasa, for sharing your honest opinions and thoughts with us. Thank you for that. Also, request for all our speakers and our panelists, just to reinform all of you that once you've finished your session, we request you to please collect your token of appreciation and hampers from our gifting partners, Mother's Kitchen, from the registration desk. You can just take them and you can leave them there again. It's okay. You can then take them again in the evening. We just want to make sure that it reaches you. The love and appreciation reaches you. That's the idea. And with that, let's move towards a first panel discussion of the day on build a smart workplace for occupant satisfaction. And for that, please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Rahul Agarwal, Senior Director, India Operations, Boston Consulting Group. Sanjay Mehta, Executive Director, Workplace Enablement, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Dr. Amit Kumar Gupta, Medical Director and Head, Quality, HCL Healthcare. Captain Gaurav Bajeta, VP, Head of Global Workplace Infrastructure, Admin and Risk Management, Urban Company. And this session will be chaired by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Yes, I just. Can you check now?
Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. There's a little bit of a puzzle. I mean, don't go by the names that are behind us, of course, but thank you so much. We had wonderful two keynotes prior to us, and it kind of emphasizes the importance of facility management, and the fact that it has become an event and an award ceremony shows the growing importance of this sector. The topic before us is very interesting. We are trying to decipher what it takes to build a, smart workplace for occupant, satisfaction. As we know, over the couple of years, especially post-pandemic, the workplace has become a different ball game. It's no longer place where you work. I think it's a place where you want to have greater control over things while they are being seamless. They also allow you to be emotionally connected at the same time, not disconnected like earlier while we were having a conversation outside. The earlier work culture was just leave your personal problems outside. I think it's no longer the case now. I think your personal is as important as professional, and you have to find a work culture where the two can come together easily, and also the environment, the inclusion, all of that is very important. So in fact, that is not a waste of resources for the company. There's a research that your productivity, if you're taken care of, say somebody has a kid at home and the kid is unwell and your office is allowing you, facilitating you to take care of that factor emotionally, I think your productivity goes up. So office environment has a direct link to the kind of business impact it will have. And how do we build those spaces is the conversation that we're going to have. I want to start with you, Mr. Agarwal. How do we build, how far have we come in the way we look at workplaces, and how do we build a workplace that resonates with the human-centric approach, with the approach that, you are not a machine, a robot, but a human being with emotions at work? How do we build that?
A great question, Sohail. And first of all, thank you so much for the invite over here today. I think this has been a long journey from where, offices are no longer four walls and a roof, right? It is, as you said, right? It's all about the requirements, the expectation of each and every employee. And, again, at different times, there are different needs, right? You touched upon, the emotional part of it. And you also talked about, the requirement that may be coming in, in a day-to-day basis. So there would be times when I need a small little corner to isolate myself and do my work, or, there are opportunities where I want to collaborate. I think the journey of creating inclusive offices is all about to ensure that there are spaces which are available for every requirement, for every, requirement that may come about. And it is no longer, the traditional workspaces like, having, your workstations, cubicles, and cabins. I think that's what I would say.
Right. I think it's no longer, as you mentioned, and, in my opening remarks, I said it's no longer that, it's become a different place altogether. Mr. Mehta, what are the elements that, one can look at to make a workplace a more thriving, livable space than what it used to be?
So let me touch upon two things first. A smart workplace means what enables, and occupants are no longer the physical occupants, they are the users. So whether they are working remotely, hybrid, they are the users. And satisfaction is what makes them happy. So anything that is done there which enables people and makes them happy is actually a smart workplace.
It's not just the technology.
It's just not a
part,
technology.
right.
And as we heard our Mr. Batra also said that the human touch will increase with the increase in technologies. Technologies are only there to enable, but there is always a person behind the technology who will make the difference when the technology either is just not there for the person, because you can't put every human in the same parameter. They're all different. And the technology cannot be something which is unique for everybody. It is different for everybody. So that's what it is. It should be the technology that is used in the workplaces should be enabling people, not restricting them, should be able to be available to them on the go and not something which they have to struggle around to use. So those are, and there are a lot of examples that we do for technology, which is high-end technologies, which is a fancy technologies, but those are not the things which touch people in making them and making the workplace more human.
Right. So of course, I think, of course, technology is part of a smart workspace, but that's not all, it's beyond that. There are many other factors that make it smart. Captain Bajetha, you have startups are often kind of synonymous with very evolved work spaces. How do you, in a startup, ensure that the space gives maximum focus on the human-centric part? It connects you, has a seamless experience, helps you in productivity. What all factors do you look at, when you are trying to, work from your office spaces?
Thank you for the question. I'll actually take a step back. Before I even, want to design my workplace, I actually would want to understand who my occupants are, right? Who are the occupants? Is the staff who come into the office. And I work for a new age tech company. I am less than 40 years of age, and I am one of the oldest staff of the company in age. So the average age of, folks in my company is 25. And actually, so it's very, very important before we even design, before we even plan, is we understand the mind of the occupant and the staff. I'd actually want to, also to land this message and the change in the thought, I want to go back to the audience and ask a question to land my message. I mean, people sitting here in the audience, I would want to understand what money would you spend on a wristwatch? How much money would you spend to buy a wristwatch? Or would you have spent, just give me a number. A wristwatch?
Anyone?
Anybody here, how much money would you have spent to buy a wristwatch?
Wearing,
10,000, 15,000, perhaps even more. Rolex goes into lakhs of rupees. Okay, that lands my message even better. How much would somebody have spent on a pair of shoe? A pair of shoe? 10,000? Okay, so the audience here, usually taking the number, would spend 10,000 for a pair of shoe, would be okay to spend a lakh rupees for a watch. Now, if I ask the same question to the Gen Z, the Gen Z would perhaps spend a lakh rupees on a pair of shoe, and they will not spend anything on a wristwatch. They don't use wristwatches. That is the difference of what we are and what the Gen Z is. So it's therefore very, very important to understand the mind of the Gen Z, who is actually the key occupant of the workplace today. And that's where the designing of the workplace, the culture of the workplace starts. So therefore, being in a startup, I'd rather think the workplace from the mind of a Gen Z. What do they want in a workplace versus what I want, or folks who are in their 40s or the 50s want, right? So I think understanding the brain of the Gen Z is going to be very, very important. Yeah.
Of course, I think you raise a very important point, that contextual design, that who is the occupant, that is a critical part of designing a workspace. But, it also raises another question, which I want to come to you, Dr. Gupta, that, we cannot take Gen Z as the only metric of every design space, because in all conversations across, you have a lot of, everything is from Gen Z's point. What about the rest of the people in the world, So what I mean to say, when we look at, say, we have a workforce which has, of course, different age groups. How do we make it uniform and yet contextual? Dr. Gupta, what would be the ideal way from a human centric approach to make it, uniform and yet contextual?
Thanks, Rohil, because this is very, very important. In this modern world, the metro cities where people have tons of information available. So it is important that the overall health, not just the physical health, but also the emotional aspect of the health is equally important. And when we talk about facility management, it is not just the technology as a tick in the box, but also the human touch which needs to be given. I'll share the story of my own organization, HCL Healthcare. Like, you know, HCL, which is a technology company. So HCL Healthcare is also a technology driven company. And we enable corporates as we focus in corporate employees. So we enable corporates to promote a culture of positive health through technology, cross-cutting technologies, as well as through values and various standardized processes. So in case of a corporate employee, it is not just the employee, but his or her family also. As you have rightly said, if the employee's kid is not well, the person not able to come to the office, not able to work at the home. So how we can enable, how we can provide an enabling environment to make that person feel good so that the absenteeism can be lowered, productivity can be improved, and the overall well-being of that employee and the family can be improved. So it is not just in terms of the ROI or the return on investment, it's actually a value of investment, the way we provide care. So in today's world, like in HCL Healthcare, we are totally paperless. We are using electronic medical records. All that data, all those records are totally confidential because this is something patient privacy. And how that data is to be churned in a way so that we are using the Power BI dashboards, AI, and to get a gainful insight so that the decision makers or the employers can invest more in those areas where there's a need. And in today's world, like after COVID, everyone has understood the importance of maintaining a good health, where the lifestyle disorders, the chronic disease like diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol problem, all these things which people were not paying more attention, or sometimes if I fall sick, I go to a doctor, can avail services. But now these chronic diseases where the person has to go again and again to the doctor, go again and again to a dietitian, do those physical activities, have a good lifestyle, have a good sleep. All these are to be subsumed under good programs, which are very much possible only through a good mix of technology as well as that human touch, which earlier was less important, but after COVID, which has taught us a great lot, where the proper communication, behavioral change communication, and most importantly, social behavioral change communication has added value so that the overall health can be improved.
I think one point you raise is that we don't look at it as an ROI, but a VOI, value of on investment. I think that's a very differentiated approach I think one has to take. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Let me come to Mr. Agarwal. So I want to understand a live example of BCG, like, you know, in a work environment at BCG, how do these things come about? You know, as the head of operations, if I may call it, how do you ensure that all what we are talking is actually in practice live? How do you enable that?
So, if I just take the BCG example, I think we spend more time interacting, as what Gaurav alluded to, talking to our people. It was an intensive exercise where we spoke to all our employees, understood, the requirements, and then, worked very extensively with the design firm to convert that into a reality.
So every employee's needs are taken into account?
Absolutely. So there were various focus groups that, were conducted, and we ended up talking to about almost 80% of the organization, understanding what the requirements are, whether it is a requirement of having a, isolated space to having a live barista in the office or the requisite AVIT. We looked at that, and again, as you said, I think you touched upon a very, very important point, right? It is not about only Gen Z, right? It has to be a combination of, across the board, right? And, in terms of how inclusive you can become in, the facilities that you're creating. Have you taken care of the diversity factor? Have you created infrastructure to support that? And that is where, we spent months and then, culminated that into a reality. And in fact, we call our office, it's no longer an office, and we call it an unoffice, right?
I think the terminology, because I think office itself has to change. I think if you're looking at, it's no longer the traditional office. I think the terminology has to change as well. So you call it unoffice for those reasons, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. I think more people may learn from this. I'm sure, it's a new budding culture. Mr. Mehta, being a technology expert, we often lay emphasis on that technology, inclusion of technology in a workspace makes it smart. One, how true is this and how untrue is this?
Yeah. So first of all, I changed the word facility management to workplace enablement. Because facility, as we define, is physical. Workplace is more about managing both the physical and the services aspect, including the human touch which the people have, including the health consciousness. So we also did what Rahul told just now, but we did not do it face to face. We had a survey which went across, and primarily we went across a survey which says, do you want to work in office? Do you want to work from home, or you want to work in hybrid? And surprisingly, there was 30% division on all those things. So our workplaces had to be designed for all three aspects, which is people who work from home. How do we enable them to avail remote services? What technologies we use? I'll just come to that part. How do you enable technologies for people who come to offices? How do you make it simple and better for them? And how you make it easy for them to come to offices? And the third part is people who do not come to office at all, who just want to work from home. So touching from the first point of people who come to office, information on how to reach offices for at least the new joiners, we are actually experimenting a metaverse sort of an induction for people where they could interact with certain departments in an AR sort of a format. So that's first part. The second is, as you come to office, do you have a seat? Can I book my seat? Which office do I go to? Which seat is available for me? How long can I book it? Am I calling clients? Do I have a meeting rooms available? What facilities are there? Everything is available on the go on the mobile for the people. So much so for, can I park my car? Is a place available? That's also enabled. We went one step ahead. We said you need to put in the storage in the office. How can you book a storage space in the office for how long you need and all this? These are enablers. These are small things which make people's life easy when they come to office. People who do not come to office, how do I travel? What is it that is available to me? Do I need to go and approach my travel desk? No, nothing. Everything's on the go. Go into your mobile, 5 minutes, you have your tickets available to you, all taken care. These are small enablers, which I say are not fancy technologies. These are enabling technologies which make life simple. We talk about AI coming into the office. Definitely, we are looking at what is called as even measurement of magnetic resonance and the impact of the electronic equipments. How does it affect the heartbeat of a person? So we're trying to do that experiment in terms of saying, measure the heartbeats, put in those devices which cancel out those things and say, does it make a difference? We're still not sure, but that's what we are trying to do. So those are some of the technologies which go in. Hybrid, people want to work. I want to send a courier out when I'm sitting at home. How do I do that? What is it that is, does he have to struggle around doing the deliverable to a client sitting at home? No, that's what you enable. How do you do it on the go? These are some of the things which we keep doing constantly. And our values are care. So whether it is the medical, or whether it is the emotional, or whether it is facilitation on spot awards, or whether it is a get together of the employees, all those are taken care of. And though we are not as big as HCL, but we do have Medulin sort of tie-ups so that people can call an ambulance wherever they want to. There are specific spots in each offices for medical emergencies who can be touched upon, and then they take care of those. So those are some of these things which I do not call it technology, but I call it human-enabled technology is what I called it. AI will work back-end to say IoT-based housekeeping, IoT-based predictive engineering and all that. Indoor air quality measurement. Those are experienced which make people feel better when they are there, but they don't touch the person there.
Right.
So that's what we focus on more in that case.
Mr. Mehta, the way you describe this space, I mean, I'm sure people would love to spend more time in office than at home, because it's easier to be in office now, It seems like that. You know,
So we call it a place to live rather than a place to work. So
absolutely.
try and make it more interactive, but we've got that what is called as work from anywhere, ultra flex technology, where you come to office only when you want to. But yeah,
I think we're already getting into that culture of where people really want to come to office rather than people not wanting to come to office. I think that's
So-
the phase we are getting
so
in.
that's what
right?
we got, not 30%. That's the
Right.
survey told us. There are
Right.
30% people who do that, 30%
Right.
who do high.
I want to come to you, Captain Bajeta. So I want to give you this example of, there was a phase when Google, which was considered the example, the gold standard of office culture, smart workplace. They had sleeping pods and all of that. And then they laid off 20,000 people and all of that happened. So one is when you say occupant satisfaction, all of that are external factors. How do we also how does it reflect, become a long term, not a fancy kind of a movie kind of thing. It becomes a very practical thing that today you have such facilities which actually are being used and later on do not affect productivity at the same time. How do you ensure that these are long term, not like a trend that you're following?
Yeah. So I think one change that COVID has done is the workplace culture, which earlier used to be the bastion of the Fortune 500s, like you just mentioned, Google. Like if you want to talk about good offices, you talk about the Googles, the IBMs, and the Facebooks. Post-COVID, the younger organizations and much smaller organizations have also woken up to the fact that workplace culture needs to be maintained in the best possible standards. And one long-term objective for any organization for this culture is to encourage and not enforce. You cannot today enforce anything on your staff, which is obviously, like, while I said Gen Z, I obviously literally didn't mean Gen Z, I meant the younger workforce. So everything that we try to do in our workplace, we try and encourage. No communication, no policy tries to enforce anything, because enforcement in today's context is not going to have longevity. So we continue to encourage, we continue to engage with our people, just like the BCGs and the big corporates which have focus groups. We do it in different shapes and forms, but I think we've all kind of reached that acceptance that the more we collaborate and engage, every policy, every culture is going to have more longevity. Yes.
Right. Dr. Gupta, let me ask you this question from a human emotional context. Even if you have given an employee the best of the working conditions and all, I think culture also is a factor. Whether they will use it or misuse is of course the human part of it. How do you take care of the human part? Now we have provided everything in front of them to do their best and all, but the human element, how do we take active charge of the human element and make sure that it is in tune with the smart workspace?
That's very important. And then again use the time of this COVID. I'll share one experience of ourselves, like a person who is hailing from a remote village in southern India. And then around 25-year-old girl who is working in IT company here in Delhi NCR. And suddenly after COVID, she was left with no money and no source of food, and it was lockdown. And she was obviously in a live-in relationship, and the guy has also ditched her. So she was feeling such low mentally that she was on the verge of committing suicide. In all such cases where the people suggest that there is some suicide ideation, 50% cases actually commit suicide if the timely support is not given. So we need to, as I said, not just the physical health, but also the mental and social health. And then to support such guys, and in our system, we have our psychologists who are trained how to handle such situations. So in the late evening, in the middle of night, also one psychologist was in dialogue with her. And then we arranged an ambulance. And then you talked about Medicines, who is also the ambulance partner with us. And then we did those paperwork, counseled the lady, and ultimately we shifted her to her home. The psychologists were constantly in touch with her, because in all such cases, it takes time, around 6 weeks time when the person recovers. And after that, that employee or that lady thanked our psychologist that, yes, you saved my life, because in that situation, otherwise I would have committed suicide. So it is very, very important. The way we communicate, it is not one-way communication that as a doctor or as a dietitian or a psychologist, I'm conveying something to my patient. The patient is also equally literate and a person who has an IQ, and therefore in all such cases, the compassion, the empathy, and understanding what is happening is very, very important. And therefore it is important, not just the way we are rendering our service, it is also important how the customer or the patient is feeling those things. And then we collect feedback, and in terms these days, the net promoter score, and I'm happy to share that our net promoter score is one of the highest in healthcare, which is around 75, which means that the customer is also perceiving that he or she is in good hands and will get the right kind of treatment and services. And therefore it is important, both sides, and especially when we are in the service sector, when we talk about facility, not just the physical facility, but also the ambience, the technology, the way all these things are to be provided should be of good quality and standardization.
Wonderful. No, this is a very great example of how, empathy at workplace can change things. We have 9 minutes. Are there any questions before I go to my final question? Anyone has any question? This is your chance. No? Okay. Let me come to you, Mr. Agarwal. There are two aspects to this conversation. One is, what we are talking is a super niche thing. You see it in urban areas, but then there is another huge demographic which is not, maybe doesn't have access to this. So one is, India is always known for disrupting things and making it accessible. Do you think smart spaces are gonna do that? Is there anything happening on that front that it can reach to people far, in the interiors, and they can benefit from this concept?
I think it's very, very contextual in terms of, what your requirements are. And I think there's always an element, the commercial element to it in terms of, whether, you have the ability and, the focus to create something like that. While most of the people sitting in this room and, and organizations are into CSR, but I think smart concept is definitely, there to stay. I think it is also moving in terms of, how aspirational people have become today, and, with the help of technology. So it is growing, but it is, it's my opinion, personal opinion, that it is more limited to the metros than getting into tier 2 and tier 3.
Right. Mr. Mehta, what is the future of smart workplace, and how do we make it beyond the metro scene, what it is right now?
So I think we are blessed. We are in places where these are available to us on the go. What we are trying to do is wherever we have offices or people working out of the tier 2 towns and all, the enablement of the services is there for them. So whether the cost is a little higher or what there, but these people are equally connected. And what I meant earlier was that getting them together sometime in the metros is what makes a lot of difference for them. But I do have a little difference of opinion where, say, smart workplaces in big towns versus smart workplaces in small towns is always going to be different. You cannot have what is available in the metro cities out there in, not in terms of, I think I also heard one of our speakers say about what is the need of those people there. So you understand the requirements and then enable them accordingly, rather than just pushing everything which they find it difficult to, and more restrictive than enabling them. So more of it has to be understanding requirements and enabling the people who are using it. I would not call it occupants. I would call it the users, because occupants are physical occupants. Users are anywhere that you can do that. That's what it is going to be. It's not going to stay with that. Yeah. So I last time we were there and somebody said, you have a sanitizer fan running in the room and it is disinfected the entire room. That doesn't happen. You walk out of the room, you're back into the same thing. So somewhere we have to draw a fine line or a clear line between what technology do you use, how much is it useful, or is it just a fancy thing that is being talked about and being implemented?
Right. One is to design it. I mean, of course, you cannot have your vision of the design. You have to listen to the, what you call, I don't call them occupants, but what do you call users, right? It has to be in that context, and it has the tech has to be of use. That's what you're saying. Okay. Captain Bajitha, what are the bigger trends that will shape the future of workplace? I mean, what in terms of, facility, in terms of expectations, where do you see it going, and is it becoming more affordable? Will the costs rise? What is it going to be like? AI coming, all of that,
See, cost is always going to be of prime importance. I can speak of, the startup ecosystem in the last 1 year. There has been significant pressure on profitability and costs. So therefore, the pressure of keeping the costs low is going to always remain, and it'll continue, right? Gone are the days where we could just splurge a lot of money into just designs and having the costliest of, fit outs. We have to do more with less, for sure. The space is going to continue to evolve, from an office to a intelligent office, to a sustainable office, to a smart office now. Maybe 10 years down the line, the way Mr. Elon Musk is going, we will be comparing to offices in Mars, right? It'll continue to evolve. So we will have to obviously keep pace with how things are evolving. We will have to keep pace with how the workforce is evolving, what the workforce requires in the office. For example, one of the key metrics that Urban Company tracks with its workplace experiences, do you have a best friend at your workplace? Like, perhaps 20 years back, nobody would care a damn about you having a best friend. You were not supposed to have friends at work, right? But today we are tracking this metrics that do you have a best friend at work? Because we believe if you have a best friend at work, you have good friends at work, you will stay back in the organization, right? So therefore, that's how the thinking is evolving. So the policymakers, the leadership, the folks sitting out here have to obviously start evolving very, very quickly the way the workforce is evolving. Yeah.
Sure, please. You can take the mic. You can take the mic once again, sir.
Yeah, so this question is for all of you. Looking at the cost optimization journey, which we have been talking about, what is that you're going to spend on workplace development on each dollar earned?
Anyone? Yeah. Okay. Let's start with you, Dr. Gupta. The mic is in your
Yes,
hands.
I would like to share our experience also. As I said, it is actually health cannot be counted in terms of money or dollars. So it is not an ROI, it's a value of investment. However, various studies have shown that if you invest $1 in the well-being of the employee and the family, whether in terms of education or health or through other amenities, then you get the benefit in terms of 5 to 10x because of improved productivity, lesser absenteeism, lesser attrition. And therefore, all the companies should invest in the overall well-being, in whether you call it benefit box, like we use the word benefit box here, but any other employee engagement and EAP activities to take care of their employees' well-being in whatever way. And as Karna said, first we need to see what are their felt needs in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of other needs. Those needs should be fulfilled in a way that leads to a culture of positive health, positive mindset, and taking care of various psychosocial ramifications also at the workplace, because these are equally important. And therefore, many companies, like it is also part of the regulations where people spend money in CSR activities. Government is spending huge amount in terms of various national programs, and they are also focusing on various technologies. I worked from the very grassroots, from the sub-center, primary health center to CSC, district and national level also. And I'm very happy to see that the government is spending huge amount to ensure good technology. Like gone are the days like before COVID, it was illegal even to take a consultation over phone and take the prescription through WhatsApp. But now, thanks to the telemedicine guideline, people provide these consultations, and these are available even in the remotest part of the country, because everyone has the accessibility of the mobile phone, and those services can be provided through such media and such providers. So therefore, in my view, whatever amount can be spent in the welfare of the employees by the company or for the masses through the CSR is going to help those individual employees as well as the group and the population at large.
You want to add a point?
I'd actually just add here, I think more than the math of dollar earned and spent, the point I think you're trying to ask is how important is this investment today? So I work for a company which is still not a profitable company. We're still making losses, but we still invest enough amount of energy and money in creating the right workplaces for our employees. So that's how important this workplace is.
There's a faith, of course, it will deliver in the long run, but I think we're out of time, but you want to add something? Yes? Yeah.
Yeah. So short answer, it's not about investment based on earnings. It is investment based for earnings. So that's the difference which is there, that you invest based on your projections, plans and all that, and you always make it more than what your business plan would be. So that's how I relate it. And I would echo with him that it is a workplace, an investment for the well-being, and it is important to do so. So that's what's right.
All right. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists, for sharing all the thoughts from, making it more contextual, to the right tech, to the emotional needs being addressed, and the faith, whether you are profitable or not, but keep giving them the best, because eventually it will come back to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this conversation. A round of applause for all of them, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and Rohil for moderating that. A picture, please. Thank you. We know how each one of you is a master in the facility management space, but we also believe as a community that HR functions are very, very, very important when it comes to this sector, and they're closely linked with each one of you. So also wish to introduce the BW People community to you. BW People imparts the latest insights of Eurorite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The BW People community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to this job market and the HR community. So before we move forward, may I please request my team to also show us the BW People community AV. Thank you. And with that, it's time to move ahead towards the next keynote speaker session on next generation facility management, building sustainable solutions. Please join me in welcoming on stage Rupal Sinha, President, BVG India Limited, to deliver the same. Now, I believe this is just the morning. We can be a little more welcoming and louder. Just saying, just saying. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning. I'm not sure how will I walk through this presentation if I have this very, very lukewarm, I would say. Let's have a little hotter good morning. Good morning, all. Perfect. So we listened to a couple of good speakers, good sessions. We concentrated more on employee, workplace, built-ins. I would try in next 15 minutes to take your boundaries a little beyond, the built-in spheres, where generally facility management companies or facility managers are recognized. Our roles and responsibility in last ever since the UN goals, the sustainable goals have come. India has done its Millennium Sustainable Goals. We've been part of Paris agreements, plenty of those things. That has brought a lot of changes, not only at the government initiatives, but also at corporates. A lot of green building, as you would see. A lot of green buildings, as you would see, are getting certified under LEEDs. Now, on one side, when post-COVID, many companies shrinked their commercial space. And many facility companies suffered a reverse on their revenues where it went down by 15 to 30%. But having said that, these spaces are increasing. May not be the commercial space. I think the office space perhaps is taking over by retail, even if e-commerce, online is still there. But spaces are increasing. And that's the statistics where it says that the global building efficiency market would continue to go forward. And cumulative global investment in commercial building energy efficient retrofits is going to be close to $959 billion by 2030. Now, these are the Mission 2030 stats. I haven't, not my own generated. And as you can see, if the total building stock globally is at 124.7 billion square meters, that means that our investments are going to be huge. With investments in buildings, a very important element to see is the air indexing. If you could see that on the air quality scale, the world is maybe around moderate, unhealthy you can see, very unhealthy, very few, but this landscape shows a little bit of a shift in last 10 years or a decade from very unhealthy to a little unhealthy to a moderate shift. And that's where, us as corporates, us as entrepreneurs, us as facility management company needs to come into play. So our role is not restricted to just built-in and workspace, but it is beyond that. Why it is beyond that? The targets which we have set at India level or globally, and couple of any of these goals, UN goals, the 17 goals, I'm sure as part of your corporate culture, you must have adopted one of the three, or like us, we have 3 goals out of the UN 17 goals adopted for taking the business forward. Similarly, if carbon emission, non-fossil fossil fuel needs to have the focus, then all corporate and facility management companies need to have. India will triple its workspace in next by 2030. That's what the statistics goes. So if the workspace is building, so will be the architectural of the building, the retrofits into the building, the application of all the cements and everything will change. And here comes the role of a good consulting wing in the facility management where we guide. I mean, we do where we convert plastic to fuel, and whatever residue is left goes into the brick manufacture and as part of the UNDP program for the roadside development. So as facility management company, we have taken a step forward. I'm sure there will be plenty others must be taking various other steps to take it forward. So the boundaries of facility management today is different for each business now. And it is evolving. It is no more restricted to, just a smart building with HVAC on one side, security on the other side, systems on the other side. and the operating assets within within that building becomes my prime responsibility. Perhaps that is there, and it is evolving, and we have matured there. But our major work and contribution lies to address these problems. How we can give a sustainable solution? How can we be more resilient? If we individual are resilient, organization will be resilient, economy will be resilient, how efficiency is drawn, and how much people-centric we are. I think this slide everyone knows, I don't have to go deep into it, but in sustainability quotients, all these 4 factors, whether it is related to environment, whether it is related to profitability, whether it is related to indoor air quality, the speakers, the session before emphasized much on, indoor workplace, how the workplace should go forward, and as part of your social responsibility, what you could do. Building today, as you could see, takes 30% of the world energy and emits 40% of global greenhouses, and rely more on non-renewable resources. Building tomorrow needs to go there, where 60% of reduction needs to come in our carbon emission. These are committed goals which we need to do. As part of our organization, we are moving on EVs. Our clients are moving on EV transportation. So is the FM companies, partnering with them on depot maintenance of EV buses, giving drivers on the EV buses, getting into the soul of not only the customers, our customers' goal as far as sustainability is concerned, but us as facility managers and facility management companies also to define, what are our contributions towards a sustainable goal. We manufacture our all, our day-to-day sweeping and, couple of very low-end are completely from recycled products. We do not use, we do not buy, we recycle. Our businesses recycle e-wastes. We track, how many of our laptops we need, we recycle. We do not each time go and buy it. So each baby steps, these are low-hanging fruits. At times I've been questioned in many FM forums that we do not get support from the clients, and the clients are not clear about their ESG goals. But these are low-hanging things. As facility managers in your organization, you don't need to go to the board to seek approval if tomorrow you want to change into a chemical composition, if you tomorrow wants to go more mechanized, if you tomorrow wants to have, as part of UN Sustainable Program, giving more employment, getting into the government initiatives of hiring people who are NAPs, who are at NATs, giving support to LGBT community. I mean, these are some of the things which really doesn't require any initiative except your own self-initiative. So once this is a slide I think many people know. We are moving from digitization. Each building today has a minimum of many AIs coming together. The platform has IoT, has plenty of softwares coming together. Lot of data getting generated for further analysis. We can track today how much we lose in an HVAC system, which HVAC system is not generating proper efficiency. We can track today how much a loss in the waste, in the food waste we are making. We can recycle our food, the paper cups can be recycled. There are plenty of things that we can do. And that's where, if you could see that there is a shift with this digitization, which is not going to go away, it is going to further go upwards. We are moving to electrification. So you're moving from a fossil to a non-fossil system where, solars are taking, the tomorrow, next gen, I don't think this is a topic for today, but next gen on a hydrogen and plenty of other things are coming. So as and when we move towards this side, and why I brought this on this panel, because here not only the facility management companies are represented, but the CEOs and senior leadership of many companies are represented. Kindly take it back and help us. We are there so to support you, to get your sustainable goals fulfilled, whether it is related to people, whether it is related to energy, whether it is related to green environment. This is very well known. We are pretty much safe around here as far as the facility management company is concerned. We integrate power management, supply chain, security and safety, IT infrastructure, all built in at one platform. And with data, I think we are doing okay as far as, the large building infrastructure is concerned, whether it is my own or whether it is of my clients. The next generation is not going to restrict, to the first box. That box is further going towards the last box, where the data and everything will be now on our mobiles, which already are. But business systems will be such that, the smart building system can be remotely held anywhere in the world. Dashboards and reporting on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis. You track plenty of things out of it. That's the future of, the next gen FM looks to be. Classified into three, these, quotients, as we see coming from many companies or our clients. These are the three buckets in which we see questions being asked or discussions being given. Whether how much can we contribute on the climate change, health and well-being, how much can we look after our own people, hazardous chemicals being used by our janitors, when they are doing a facade cleaning, are we having a correct insurances, correct training, correct employee engagement programs, to not only as facility management companies, but as clients also ask these questions, whether we have these for the well-being of our blue-collared worker. And of course, resource and its circulatory, which has an impact on the landscaping, greenery, and a positive impact on the people. How these healthy buildings help, when you reduce the carbon footprint and you make a business or a workplace healthier for people. These are a couple of parameters, which I could feel that is a very low-hanging one, which helps you, in achieving your sustainable goals. You can optimize on energy performance. I don't mind sharing here. JPMC is one client where overnight they took a global decision to do away with transportation, and slowly and gradually in next 3 years, they are going to replace all their transportation with EV vehicles. It's not easy, but that's the stance they have taken. Such kind of a stance should be taken by other clients too. Indoor water, outdoor water, why water leakages are there? Can we have small retrofits in our outlets where the water conservation can be done? Forget about the lakes, and those things are bigger problems for the government to handle. But these are small little, low-hanging ones which we can ourselves implement. Ventilation, as I said, ventilation has a very direct impact, and we will talk in the next slide, a very direct impact on the stress level. It has a very direct impact on the retention of people. It has a direct impact on the well-being of people. Are we doing recycling our products? That's one thing. Recycling is not only on the paper side, make organization paperless, but are you asking your vendors how much ESG they are following on the parameters of your goal, which you have set on your ESGs? So that's something, is to be seen. Now, here is the statistics, of Harvard, and I think I forgot which other app. So if you have sustainability as your goal and you are implementing, people, it has an impact on people building an organization. People with an AC temperature around 20-25 degrees, there is a study by Harvard which says that the typing errors on the computer reduces by 44%. These are stats. We can share the link for you. Air humidity, PM 2.5 air quality level is the benchmark of air quality. People don't get sick while they are outside because air is in circulation, even if it is bad air, but it is circulating. It's the indoor air which causes problem to people. That has got direct link to the stress, that has got indirect inversely proportionate to the sleep quality, to productivity, and then definitely the quality of life that not only affects them in the official work, but also affects them into their, private, at their home front also. Poor ventilation is definitely a cause of very cognitive diseases. And chemical and hazardous equipment affects our manpower, whether it is a janitorial, whether it is in our healthcare, ICU, when our people are serving there. All that needs to be kept in mind. So if we are using right strategies, it definitely helps us retain the talent. And we've seen these are statistics which says that a nice workplace brings 18% of the focus of people to stay, and 30% will not go outside to your competitors. So workplace is definitely a key important element. Building, if the buildings are sustainable buildings, then you reduce your energy bills. 30% of the energy that comes from your main transformer to the sub transformer to your building gets lost definitely. The first low hanging plug is to get an audit done and see how much you're losing on your energy bills. Green building over a period of time, there is an ROI you should make. If you have invested into a green building, you can always present an ROI where you can say that over a period of time, the maintenance per square foot comes down, and it definitely ends up into a generating savings for the company. Return on investment, there are buildings, many buildings, you can go and Google and find out, there are many buildings who have been highly green building. The surveys have been done where it has the percentage marked on the level of stress that has come down, level of employee turnover that has been reduced, absenteeism has come down, and definitely, I think in a previous session, there was a question asked, can we convert it into a dollar term? Of course, we can convert it into a dollar term. If we map the building, if it is a green building, over a period of time, with all the surveys, you can map how much the ROI and how much in dollar term is the saving or the revenue generation or profitability waterfall can be attributed to a sustainable and good workplace environment. Investor community, of course, when they are looking at your business, 48% of the investor community definitely gives weightage to all environmental and sustainable initiatives before they make investments. And it is directly linked to your valuation as well. Positive impact in healthcare, we have seen, having a nice greenery around, using green, chemicals, using, plants around into a lot of, senior citizenship we have seen. It increases the positive vibe and longevity of the people. Not only that, as I said, that idea is not to just limit ourselves to workplace and built-in environments, but we must also see ourselves partnering and participating in government initiatives. We recently took Dahod as one of the project where 85 acres of lake down in Gujarat, where the water was completely contaminated. We took the initiative of, laying down the STP, cleaning the lake completely, and 25 acres of land around that lake was then converted into a complete nice beautification, where not only, the green structures were laid for the shops, for the food, for this, and automatically facility management in their traditional form definitely comes in play, because it requires cleaning, it requires security, it requires all types of systems in place. So creating that healthy environment is not only as facility management restricted ourselves to within the built-in or within the workplace. My main aim, and I hope I could get it across, that let's not be restricted only to a workplace or to our structures, to a built-in environment. Our efforts as individuals, as organization, as leadership, and as facility management company goes beyond, just a workplace. So let's join and work on the sustainability program. Take your own goals, and let's contribute to a healthier society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's definitely contribute towards a healthier society. So continuing the bandwagon of sustainable solutions and sustainable businesses, let's move towards a next panel discussion on environment, social, and governance, ESG, on building a more sustainable business. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Angad Rajayan, Global CSO and IFM Head, Tenon Group. Neelam Chabra, AVP Facilities, Max Life Insurance. Arun Khanna, VP, Regional Head, APAC, United Health Group. Labani Sanyal, Head, Corporate Admin and FM, Hero Motorcorp Limited. And this session will be chaired by Shailendra Nath, Independent Consultant, Real Estate Services. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Business World for having this panel, and a truly diverse panel in the sense, in terms of not only the participant members being of a diverse gender, but also coming from a very diverse nature of industries that each of us represent. So the subject of our discussion is ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. I came across this acronym about 5 years back. Started possibly, okay, 3 simple words. We have been doing a lot of it, and didn't seem something very exciting. Looked possibly just another acronym coming into the business world, as we are pretty used to. But I think, as most of us have learned over the period that we have been involved in the subject, it can be a much more diverse than 3 simple words, independent words. And I think that's what we would like. We hope to share the experience of this panel with all of you. So I'll request our panel members, and in no specific sequence, just maybe by the order of sitting. Labani, if I can ask you, how is Hero Motors approaching the subject of ESG, and coming from a manufacturing background?
Hello. So you mentioned that we are a manufacturing organization, and that makes it so much more important for us to look at ESG as a whole, because manufacturing has people who are coming in from different strata of the society, different educational levels as well, who are not really aware of what this term even stands for. So while we're talking about ESG, and we're talking in terms of a set of parameters here that are non-financial in nature, that organizations use actually to measure their impact on environment, on the society at large, and the governance models of measuring that impact as such. So we often talk about ESG in terms of just sustainability initiatives. And that is what most organizations would look at. While sustainability is a large part of it, environment is a large part of it, things are so much more diverse when we are talking about ESG as such. And we, being a manufacturing organization, actually do look at sustainability as a large part of it. And we've been working on sustainability for many, many years. But our people agenda, our processes, the product itself that we look at are all extremely important when we talk about ESG here. And that's the way Hero MotoCorp is looking at it, targeting all its, the 3 Ps that I was just speaking about, which is the product, people, processes, all of it actually, and measuring the impact that all of these would have on ESG as such. So that's the way we are looking at it.
So as you rightly mentioned, a very different cadre of people coming into your organization and very large numbers also at that. So possibly the social side of ESG gains much more predominance in your case as well?
Absolutely, Sharadar. And in fact, the societal impact is very, very important because we've got large entities that are working in different geographies over here. And that means that we make an impact not only within the, the area that we work in. And that means that, we're not talking just of our own employees here. We're talking about the geographies, sort of getting impacted with our actions over there. So how are we actually looking at, sort of creating a positive impact in the areas that we work in, changing lives through education, through people, initiatives that we work on, through our spends on CSR, through education. So a lot of these issues also take center stage when we are planning our ESG initiatives. And that's the way Hero MotoCorp addresses it.
So moving on to Arun. Arun, you are part of the leading healthcare services organization present at a global level, and again, a very dynamic growth in India as well. I was happy to kind of be part of the initial journey of your organization in India. How in your very different kind of business environment, how is your organization looking at ESG?
Yep. I think ESG has to be the foundation. It's a very wide and complex subject, and in fact, 3 different verticals with some correlation, but environment, social governance, and very often people focus, as my colleague here was mentioning, mostly into environment, but I guess it has to get equal attention in all 3 dimensions. Social and governance, starting with diversity, etc. And diversity starts at the board level. So this is a US company, how many non-US guys we have in the board, probably that will define the real intent, and going down the line and, trying to give attention to the unprivileged, our citizens and our colleagues in the ecosystem, whether it is the LGBT community or women, encouraging them to work, or even, physically and challenged or socially challenged, kind of diversity, giving opportunities to those. So how many people we have, though the government of India does reservation system and all, but in our offices, how do we actually go ahead and make efforts to ensure that people who do not have the ability to, send their children to their best schools or colleges or best coaching classes, etc. Do we really encourage them? Are we willing to lower our standards to recruit them? So those kind of things do matter. This comes to policy and governance to a great extent, and how socially relevant we are, how socially conscious we are. Environment, we talk about environment, but do we really understand? And does the board and the decisions makers understand? Are we the sin corporate, or are we an ethical corporate who's trying to improve the ecosystem? So that is something, a lot of things can be done. You can mention in your books and accounting financial statements. I think the Indian Companies Law mandates that, energy conservation measures have to be mentioned in your annual financial statement, etc. But beyond that, nothing much. So it's more voluntary and how you do it. And our friend Rupal made a beautiful presentation earlier. So, we all talk about energy. Energy we have possibly, we all understand to a great extent, but do we really understand anything which can be done on solid waste management, water management, air management, or trying to push for the electric vehicle ecosystem, etc. So it's very wide. And I'm so glad that this forum has been created, and today we are discussing this subject, and people who can actually make a difference are here. So I think.
Thanks, Arun. And Neelam, with again health insurance, life insurance. So again, an organization which has been going through a lot of changes at the corporate level. How have you been keeping focus on your ESG targets?
So at Max Life Insurance, I would say it's at the heart. It's the DNA now. 5 years back when we got this as ESG term, I would, and me personally, I would not read as environment friendly or social responsibility. I read and, bold italics words as friendly and responsibility. It's at the heart. It cannot be in numbers, although the reports which are published as annual report, because it's a Janta's money as life insurance, we are very responsible as BFSI sector. We have to not just work towards the environment, work towards the social part, but be there, deliver, committed, and also be sustainable. We can't just do once and forget it as a checklist. We are trying for making it as a sustainable habit, driving the awareness. We have about 300 offices and 100 more coming in. As Labani is impacting the manufacturing and the geography around, we are just in the branch offices, I would say, but impacting the lives more, right? So the awareness is the key. We are here, the learned people in the room. I may be, sounding different here. It's not just the numbers. I would take it very, very passionately. ESG is the agenda. That's for the future generation. So, I am the ESG champion at Max Life. And as facilities, we drive the green operations pillar of the ESG.
Angad, I think you as an organization, I think I'm in this panel, possibly the largest employer in terms of a number of people that you hire. And also a lot of the manpower that you hire is actually for your clients, not for your own organization. So for you, I would kind of twist the question into maybe two parts. One, as Tenon, how are you supporting your clients to be a partner in achieving their ESG goals? And secondly, from a diversity perspective, which is a strong part of the social side of it, how open do you find your clients in supporting that diversity aspect?
Thank you. So before I give a quick explanation of Sharon, this question, I'll give you quick learning point for myself, which I learned as our organization was going through the ESG journey or the adoption of the ESG program. ESG is not anything new. We realize that it's been there for a long period of time, almost since 2005. India adopted it more closely, I would say late 2019, early 2020. As a matter of fact, as one of our panelists mentioned, that SEBI, which is the regulatory body that regulates all listed entities in India, passed a law last year to say top 1,000 listed companies by market cap, which includes Max Life and many other organizations that you may be representing, have to report their ESG programs publicly as part of their annual report starting March 2022-23. So this annual report that you will receive for many of your organizations, your leaders, your business leaders, your auditors will ask, what are we doing for ESG? What are your supply chain partners doing for ESG? And I guess that's where we picked it up. We picked up the relevance of ESG in 2020, we realized that our customer base will largely define the need to which we need to go to. So the requirements that maybe an insurance provider would have versus a manufacturing firm would be very different. So we started our journey in understanding as large employers or people, what can we do for as part of our organization, as well as how do we match up to the requirements of our customers. And the first step of the journey was that we had almost no reporting. So the first reporting we started to figure out is on the 3 parameters: environmental, social, and governance. What are we doing? We started developing baselines, which, let's say, to give you an example, we started figuring out how much paper waste are we generating. Very simple metrics. How much paper are we buying is equal to how much waste we are creating every month. We started looking at how much of our workforce is diverse. Very simple male-female ratio. We could do it very quickly. 2 years ago, our gender ratio was 80-20. We're now 70-30. I'm not saying that this is the best or this is the optimal level, but I'm proud that we've been able to move this needle forward. These are the things that helped us define the baselines for our organization, based on which we could set targets and goals for our organization. And as we sat across, as an example, and if Neela ma'am, if you'll allow, Max Life, we work with Max Life. They had a need. We want to be more diverse and inclusive in our workforce, not just for Max Life, but our supply chain partners. So we said, look, here's the gender parity we have in your organization. Here's the gender pay parity we have with the organization. And I'm sorry, we have no diversity, from the larger community. We don't have any LGBT community represented. We don't have any specially abled or disabled community represented. And with our customers, we took that as the benchmark, that in the next 12 months, we would raise the bar. So that helped us. A lot of the goals that our customers had helped us define what we should do. As an organization, I felt that we have to be a step ahead in order to give our customers, our partners, the comfort. We must get rated. Just like there is a financial rating, CRISIL, S&P, Moody's, Fitch, there is an ESG rating that you can do. So we went ahead proactively without any requirement, got ourselves rated by a professional firm, so we could professionally, transparently report. So our journey has been through these various steps and learnings through our customer base.
An interesting one. And have you seen any tenders coming out asking you for those ratings?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I am very, very proud to say that a lot of global organizations, Arun sir would probably agree, are now proactively asking for your ESG rating. Not just the rating, they're asking for a minimum standard of ESG rating below which they don't want to work with you. Or if there is an incumbent customer with whom you're working, and especially true for manufacturing, they're saying, we want to know your rating today, and we want you to raise your rating to this level in the next 12 months. So it is becoming more knowledgeable and aware.
Right, good to hear that. I think as the nature of the organizations and especially the FM profession is, anything new which no one knows about comes back to the FMs to do. But those who have been on their ESG journey would realize and understand that it's not something that an FM team can handle alone. So how are you driving cohesiveness and coordinated approach within your organizations across different functions in each of your organizations? It would be good to know that.
So Shailendra, to answer that, actually, ESG journey can never be taken up by a corporate on its own. We are impacting a lot of the other stratas of the society as well. And therefore, it is imperative that we work with all our stakeholders, which means that it has to be, of course, the employees, the organization as such, but also, our stakeholders, like, for instance, our suppliers. We work with our dealers. We incentivize them to think the way we are thinking.
I think sorry to interject, but I think what I'm driving for is more of internal coordination between the different departments, because that's the tough one to drive in general.
Yes, definitely. And that is something that really, ESG as such and the people agenda as such that we want to drive actually comes in through collaboration in all the areas that we work with. So for instance, facility is something that touches every employee, every function, and therefore that is where the role of facilities comes in, and we work in collaboration to ensure that all of this is actually working towards the main goal of impacting our total impact that we want to bring in terms of the gains that we want to achieve out of the ESG agenda that the organization is as such pursuing. So which means that we work with HR, we work with finance, because obviously, I mean, it cannot be done without funds. So, many of these aspects actually are driven by us, but in consonance and approvals and consultations with the various other functions that we work with as well. So without that, I don't think it is something that we will work for the organization.
Laboni, pardon me, and maybe you can pass on the mic to Arun. I'll just pick on your words, don't mind that. But, it came out in your words, we work with so-and-so, we work with so-and-so. So is it, again, something being driven by the FM in the organization and everyone has to be pulled into it? Or there is an active coordination? So Arun, your experience, please.
That way, we have been very lucky. It's a large multinational Fortune 5, Fortune 7 company on the different parameters, etc. So we have an extremely conscious, ethical, and aware leadership. So it can be, in different organizations, as Lebony was saying, top down or bottom up. And then you have to gather, people around you and ensure that you are able to negotiate with them and they all stand with you. But fortunately for us in our organization, it was simple because it was top down. Of course, we participated and could better it. I'll give you an example. Like in the environment, we have taken upon ourselves that 2035 is net zero globally. So then, the APAC team, I raised the hand that, 2035 is too far away. We'll grow old by then. So 2030 for APAC. And internally, I have given a target of 2027 to my teams. So it was top down, and we are trying to participate and become, good partners or good associates. So that is one. Diversity was big. In India, as Anand was saying, LGBT, etc., we have not been very successful. And that's true for us also. But in Philippines, etc., it has been very successful. I have almost 5 to 7% people from socially diverse communities. In India, we experimented with and through our partners. JLL was our partner and now CVRE. So we requested them that, we are willing to reduce the standards, get people on board, and we were able to get almost 16 people, and this was a bit pre-COVID, who were deaf and dumb and were blind. We were very reluctant. Will the leaders accept that? Will the people who are served by them accept that? And fortunately, they did. In fact, it became a matter of pride for them. People started learning sign language on their own to be able to, communicate with those people. So beautiful experiment. Of course, it was top down. The environment was created. We didn't have a struggle in convincing anybody. It was only us who had to take the initiative and take it forward.
That's so very nice to hear, because I think in one particular case, I came across a very capable professional whom I would have loved to take on. And the only challenge was that he had a bit of a speech issue, and the client simply refused. And and it was not such a critical role. It was not a high volume role where it could have impacted performance, but the client not. So it's good to know that that it's bringing that change into the organization.
I'll just add to what Arun just mentioned. I did mention that manufacturing does have, it comes with its own constraints in terms of the manpower pool that we work with. Therefore, many of these need to be driven and top down, as Arun just mentioned. For us also, for example, the diversity agenda, the leadership has taken up a challenge saying we'll need to have 30% diversity by 2030. Now, that's not easy in the space that we work with. And therefore, everybody really needs to come together to do that. And likewise, for a lot of other sustainability goals as well that we work with. Because ESG is taking shape right now, much of the effort has to be, top driven and then balanced out across, is the way, we would look at it right now. And that's the point that I just kind of wanted to make here.
I think I'm just happy hearing the numbers of 20%, 30%, because I remember, I think a bit over maybe 15 years back, our organization had a target of achieving 10. And we were largely, I specifically belong to a project team. And the challenge was, where do we get 10% of the workforce from a diverse background? It was a big one. And, I think with the India country head of my division literally gave up. It's not even worth looking at out there. Okay. Neelam, from your perspective, how do you see, because you're a customer service, customer focused, and also internally very hospitality driven organization. So,
we started the hiring of diverse cultures, or I would say the blue collar job through Tenon at HO. We hired a person who was deaf and dumb. Sorry to call that word, just to make that clear, a physically challenged person. And he was, introduced to the CEO that he cannot hear you, he cannot listen to you, but he will take tea order from you. So he was quite happy. He wrote a note that I want a cappuccino without sugar and gave it to him, and he got, and he said thumbs up. So we started from, the HO. And then slowly it's going towards the branch offices, and people do understand. Many hotels, and I would say Lemon Tree is an example. They are hiring those people, and they are getting the employment. The boardroom talk cannot be showing the slides with the numbers of this needs to be the agenda. It needs to be, sustainable, deeper, and going till the end. And for that partnership, service providers, Tenon, and I have APS also as 50%. They are helping us driving that agenda. So thanks to them.
I think you're right, especially in the hospitality segment. I think I think business travelers are the largest travelers. And if we do not, as individuals, support that culture, it will be a challenge for any other organization to do that. So I think that goes a long way in participating in that.
So I'll share our experience driving ESG within the organization. And as I've just explained that, we have to work for our customers as well as our own organization and organizational needs. So I'm the ESG champion for our organization, or let me change it. I'm the executive sponsor. I am not the champion. I'm the executive sponsor to help aid quick decision making, which sometimes gets stuck in bureaucracy and boardroom discussions. So the approach that we took was 2 years ago when we identified and we said we have to do ESG. This is important. It's important. It's ethical. It's the right thing to do, and we're helping the larger community amongst our employer base and otherwise. I had to figure out how do we make this effective, not just for the leadership at the board level, the C-suite level, CXO level, but for the last man on the ground. So the approach that we took was we looked at ITC. So ITC Hotels is one of the foremost organizations in the country, in the hospitality space. Majority of their properties are LEEDs certified. The initiative in terms of environmental and sustainability, I can't speak about social and governance as much for them, is spectacular. They're miles ahead of everybody else. And they're an Indian homegrown organization. And they can give a run for the money to Starwood Hotels, to Marriott's, and many other organizations. So we looked at them and I said, how have they got it right? And this is a case study that I read. It's one of the IMs who put together this case study. They said the process of ESG implementation was done bottom up. So this is what we did. We put together sessions to educate our team members at middle management to help them understand what is ESG, why should they care, why do we care as an organization? And we said, you drive the agenda. Instead of us trying to tell you there's a 30% target, there's a 10% target, we want to be net zero by 2050, 30, 60. I said, you tell us. And what we got out of it was essentially, we got 4 members in the committee. We got a representative from commercial, for managing supply chain. We got a representative from finance to help spend the money. We got a representative from administration and infra, and we got a rep from HR. They drive the project. They're closest to the ground to tell us what's doable and not doable and where we can make an impact. And that's what's helped us move this journey forward. It's their rating. It's their accountability instead of us pushing it down their KRA that you must do this year. And that is what has helped us, make a faster approach towards being more responsible.
Thanks. Arun, maybe one of our last points of discussion, and being the largest organization here, I'd like you to come through on this. Generally, the FM world is run on very thin budgets, and there is always a talk of ROI before you start thinking of anything. So there are aspects to ESG which possibly, yes, help us improve on efficiency. But then some of it is about governance, some amount is larger than routine business goals. So how is the ROI aspect, the financing of ESG activities or targets being looked at in your organization?
Yeah, I think it's very extremely important, but I kind of echo what Drupal had mentioned earlier. There are a lot of low-hanging fruits and a lot of initiatives which do not require, leave alone small investment, no investment. So, it's all a question of being aware and taking those steps. Just to give you an example, in India, I was talking about 2027 as net zero for APAC. We are already achieved solid waste not going to the landfill, which is diversion of 98% in India. My target was 2025, but we have already achieved it. And my investment was 0. And because fortunately we are in tenanted buildings. So I have started this system of having a quarterly meeting with each of my major landlords. So 16 landlords I meet in India. I meet them, or my team meets them every quarter. And we talk about these 4 major initiatives in environment. I'm not talking about S&G here. I'm just talking about environment, which normally is associated. Probably your question was loaded towards that, why, how much investments and who approves them, and what are the rationales, etc. So four tracks. One is energy, energy reduction and energy sourcing, renewables. So happy to report that 5 out of those 16 already have rooftop solar systems. My investment was 0. All done through the landlord. Landlord saves money. In fact, indirectly, we also save money because the cost of generation is, let's say, 4 rupees or 4 rupees 50 paisa, whereas the grid supplies us at 8 rupees. In fact, a few landlords are so smart, they got a company to invest and sell them electricity at, let's say, 4 rupees 50 paisa or 5, and they sell it to us at 7 rupees. So it becomes a business venture for them. So I don't lose money, and still there's a tick in the box. That's energy. Solid waste I've already spoken about. Third is, promoting the ecosystem for electric vehicles. I know the adoption is relatively low, and thanks to the government in NCR, it's receiving some push. So this year we have adopted a target of 5% parking lots to have charging facility. Slow charger costs 5,000 rupees. Each charger, just 5,000 rupees. So if I have, let's say, 3,000 car parks, I'm talking about 150 car parks to have electric vehicle facility. And in most of the cases, I have asked the landlord to make the investment. So I have made 0 investment there. Still, we'll have 5%. So as soon as the employees are ready to buy electric vehicles, the infrastructure is there. I'll provide them free fuel, free electricity. Please buy electric vehicles and come and charge. Of course, if it becomes a large expense, then we'll talk about it. We'll come out with some formula. Water, we have told people that, not more than 50% new or fresh water. So recycle water, reuse water in whatever way you can. But today, if you were, or if earlier you were getting 100 liters from outside, reduce your outside requirement to 50. Of course, your internal requirement doesn't change. So you have no choice but to recycle the 50. So those simple steps, and they are virtually costing you zero. Now we were very keen that, you know, rooftop solar gives only 4%, 3%, 5% of my total energy consumption. What about my 95%? How will I achieve net zero? So, you know, we have been talking to the governments also. Fortunately, Karnataka government has possibly the most progressive renewable energy policy in the country. And thankfully, Haryana government a couple of weeks back have come up with a policy which is almost a replica of Karnataka, extremely flexible, on-site renewable, off-site renewable, total freedom. Even tenants can buy electricity if they want to. You know, if I tell Adani to supply me electricity from Gujarat, I pay the wheeling charges, and that policy is there. So extremely progressively, and a big role has been played by the Prime Minister's office here, and at least the, you know, some of the state governments are following. It's very strict guidelines. The government, India has committed to the international community 500 gigawatts of renewable energy. So I think that's helping, and it's cheap. You're talking about cost, return of
some of the states are way ahead in terms of the green energy supplies. And I myself have been part of an operation where we were supplying almost 85% of the energy in the business parks as green energy. Laboni, in your case, you already would have significant budgets from a manufacturing segment perspective. I'm saying for both environmental and social side. Has there been some changes to it, some tweaking to it, additions to it?
No, our commitment has actually grown stronger. And, someone in the earlier panel spoke about ROI versus value investment, So we look at these investments as something of value that's going to create value for us and for future generations. And that's the thought that has come to us from the leadership as well. And everybody works towards that. So it's not really, money coming in and what is, somebody was speaking about the dollar coming in and what we are, gaining out of that. So it's not that here as such. So we are not looking at an immediate return on investments, and there can be intangible benefits to it as well that we're looking at. And that's the thought that is going through the organization, that we need to build a more sustainable future for everybody in terms of, the impact that we want to create on the earth over here. And therefore, that's the thought that we work with, and we are trying to ensure that the communities we impact with also start thinking very, very positively towards that. So yeah, that's the way we're thinking as such.
Yeah, please.
As ESG, everyone sitting here would take as a corporate agenda, an office agenda, something to showcase to the boss, to leadership, but at our home, what are we doing? As residential, what are we doing? Because there's nobody reviewing what we are saving in water, what we are saving in electricity. Let's take a pledge of saving for the earth, saving for the new generations to come. That's the request.
I think a good point. Good point. Angad, anything for you to add?
I'll just make a very quick example of this. I think Arun sir did a fantastic job of making it simpler and accessible for our, for our audience today. But I want to tell you that please do not approach ESG as an investment or a long-term investment or a cost. There is an ROI in everything, including the social piece. If you have lower attrition, your cost of hiring goes down. If you have a more diverse workforce, it helps you. If I invest in getting a rating for myself, and it helps me get credit, which is bank lending at lower rate, it helps. All of this is connected. So this is how we have approached. So far, we have a positive 10% return on our internal ESG investment in the last 12 months. And this is through, lower cost of lending and other such things. So it's absolutely doable. Don't approach it. Obviously, if you're doing a massive project, the ROI is slightly longer. But don't make that investment if your board's not ready. Help them understand that, hey, if you do this, remember the fact that the world's largest asset management firm, BlackRock, is telling everyone to invest more in ESG compliant businesses. So if you need investor money, you have to do it.
Thanks, Angad. So I think we're kind of out of time. Any specific questions from the audience? Okay. Yeah. So thank you. I think just to sum up, as I started off, ESG, 3 simple words, but can have very, very diverse, deep actions running behind them. As the panel has shared their experiences, there can be very large actions, but there are also very many simple actions which can still have very beneficial impact on the business, on the community, and for the planet. So I think it's for each of us, not only in our corporate capacities, but also at individual capacities, to take up such initiatives, small yet meaningful, and a big help for the future of the planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, the mandatory picture. Also a reminder for all our speakers and our panelists that once you've finished your session or note or address, please, we'd request you to collect a token of love and appreciation from our end, from our gifting partner, Mother's Kitchen. They are placed at the reception desk outside. You can just collect them and then you can leave them then, of course, then take them in the evening. We don't really want you to carry them around and make it a hassle for you. And with that, let's move ahead towards our next panel discussion on public safety and security solutions. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Captain A. Koloko, Head, Admin and Facilities Insurance, Dekho. Jitendra K. Singh, CSO, Fortis Healthcare Limited, SP, New Delhi. Major Ashish Chauhan, retired, Founder and Business Officer, Unisense Advisory. And this session will be chaired by Colonel Inderjit Barara, Chief Cyber Officer, Vara Technology.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are between the lunch and the panel discussion, but we'll try to keep it interactive so that we gain the max out of the time we are here on the stage. And thank you, BW Business World, for having us here. It's a wonderful houseful, since morning, and very interesting discussions which are happening. And to take it further, I have a very fantastic panel with me, and they are from diverse areas, but the facility management is the most important discussion what we're going to talk. And the security and the safety part, the public safety, is something which we cannot ignore, right? It has been part of the overall technology shift what we are seeing. We are seeing the plain vanilla facility which were there or how it was being handled. It's changed from a smart facilities. Right? When I say smart, we have the HVACs which are connected. We have the smart building which is there. We have got the building management system. We have the visitor management system. We have the space management system. Right. So all those put together, it's making a thing which is more complex, which is more interesting, and primarily a bit difficult to handle to begin with, because we are not aligned to that kind of shift. So it's very important to understand how this technology, which is being coming in as a part of the facility management now, could lead to challenges also, and it also gives you the safety aspects which are important. Also the cyber security aspect, because cyber threats are also part of the facility now. Think your building getting cyber attacked from one of the bulb which is there. It had a Bluetooth connectivity, and it gets, the complete building is hacked from there. It's all possible. People have already faced that kind of thing. So I will start my discussion with the panel. We'll try to keep it very simple so that you all understand that. So what are the primary concerns which we see on the public safety and the security part of it? So one question which I'll relate with all my panelists and start from there. So, sir, you can start with it and your views on the subject and your experiences How do you look at it?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, Business World, for this opportunity for us to, sit down here and discuss. We've had some very interesting topics in the morning. Samir gave us some inputs on that. Then we had Rupal also there. And the last one, of course, was on ESG. So, I mean, just picking up the dots from there. Basically, our topic is today on public safety. So whenever we come up with such, there are various factors actually. So we can start with the factor that the first factor is an access control wherever we are. Whichever premises we enter, there has to be some sort of an access control. The pros of it is that you have a controlled system. The con is that, a lot of times if the system is not integrated properly, people coming into the system do get a lot of do face a lot of problems in that. Moving on to the major facilities that we have, all the facilities are all in. Today, we don't talk of standalone systems. Everything is integrated with each other, whether it is the HVAC system, whether it is a biometrics again, or whether it is your entry system or even your cafeteria management. So all these systems are integrated with each other. There are accesses to it, and as well as there are a lot of hurdles also which happen into it. Every facility for different verticals has a different problem. I come from a fintech background, so we have various other problems which we will discuss down the line. So just to pass it on to my next colleague, so that he can take it forward.
Over to you, Jitendra. Thank you very much, sir. Very insightful things, and access control, which we take as part of the security now, but it's very much part of the facility management, and also you seeing all the facial recognition and linked with the access control. It's always a challenge of data security. We'll talk of that as well. But Jitendra, over to you. You from the healthcare, you have a different set of challenges and different set of solutions to it, and standards to follow. So over to you on your views on it.
Thank you. Colonel sir, since Captain Kulako has already mentioned one of the threat security challenges that facility managers face, I would like to add 4 more challenges to it. Okay, security challenges. So second one is the violence. I'll keep my inputs in general to healthcare sector and particularly to healthcare facility management. So considering that, the violence to the medical and paramedical staff is one of the security challenges. The third one is the theft. Of course, when you get into a healthcare facility, you are not in right frame of mind. Environment is quite stressful. Although healthcare facilities are working pretty hard to ensure that your experience is always pleasant. But the kind of unpleasant thing that you are going through your life when you are into a healthcare facility, you tend to forget things. So naturally, a lot of things are misplaced. At times, we have found internal staff carrying out thefts, visitors and patient attendant getting involved in thefts of another colleague or patient attendant property. The third one is fourth one is the insider threat. Imagine your healthcare data, your health data getting into the hands of people who can use it to their advantage. Okay. One example I'll give, 75 years back, the private doctor of Muhammad Ali Jinnah knew that he's suffering from tumor in his lungs. There was a tennis-sized tumor in his lungs. Just imagine the consequences of that medical data getting out. Probably the history of this subcontinent would have been different. Just imagine. So on that note, ensuring the patient data safety from the insider threat is one of the challenges. And last but not the least, it is the second biggest challenge: natural and man-made disasters, including fire, flooding. We have seen, I mean, in last 11 or 12 years, we have seen one of the hospital in eastern part of our country getting burned, leading to 107 patient and staff casualty. I'm talking about AMRI fire, which happened in Calcutta in 2011.
3rd December, to be precise. And in last decade or so, the Chennai floods. So, half of the hospital of Chennai city were actually underwater. Their floors were underwater, and there's, the design of building is such that there's, that their transformer, their panels, they were all in basement. Their pharmacy, their supplies were in basement floor. And that, kind of defunct the hospital. So these are 5 challenges, security challenges that we face.
Yeah, you touched on very important point of the insider threat. And just to tell you, most of the challenges which facility manager faces today is the insider. And it's more than 70 to 75% of chances that the data will go out. And that's very critical data. And that we call today in the parlance as a data privacy. And to be managed in a very pragmatic manner. So we have Ashish, who again brings in lots of experience into this particular fields, and your views, Ashish.
First of all, sir, I would like to deviate a bit. I would like to recognize the efforts by all the facility managers and the leaders who are sitting here. In my 2 decades of experience, I have never heard facility managers saying no to anything. And this reminds me of one very interesting story from my military days. Almost 2 decades back, in military, there is a regiment called Sikh regiment. And whenever, I'm sure all those who are from the military background, they will agree with me. Whenever you tell them anything, even if it is completely unimaginable, their first answer would be, "Ho jaoga saab." And one of the incident is 2 decades back, I was posted on Punjab border, and we had this Sikh regiment with us. And there was this, the Pakistani Rangers, they are equivalent to our BSF border security force. And there was one guy who constantly used to come on the border, and he used to, abuse, completely drunk, and used to go back to his side. So I got irritated one day and I said that, yeah, we have to take care of this person someday. And this Sikh Subedar from Sikh regiment, he says, "Ho jaoga saab." And I thought he just said, and I forgot it. In the evening, I found the JCO comes and he salutes me, and he shows that person. They went and picked up that guy in the winters and brought it in our post. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's clap for the Sikh regiment of corporate facility managers. Now, coming back to the question which sir was asking, there were a couple of things. How many of us are fond of Charlie Chaplin? I'm sure all of us have seen. It is 50, 60 years back. And in Charlie Chaplin, one of the episode which I remember is that Charlie Chaplin is working in a plant, and he's made the guinea pig, wherein the engineer who develops a butler who automatically feeds you with different dishes, and he's made to sit on the table, and that machine starts working. It starts serving different dishes, and suddenly something goes wonky in the machine, and it started feeding that it goes out of control. I was just imagining in today's time of convergence, which is one of the most talked about area wherein OT and IT are constantly talking about. Those days, 15, 16 years back, those people who have actually designed or developed that machine or Charlie Chaplin movie, they have realized that that kind of time will come. In today's time, when the IT and OT is converging, we are constantly creating loads and loads of data. There was one incident wherein we were in UK carrying out an audit and assessment of one of the county, wherein they have developed one safety and security solution. It was a complete full life-size robot. And the citizen walks up to it, and if they are facing any problem in the community, let's say, for example, filing an FIR, so you just go and narrate your incident, and it records, and it automatically sends the emergency response team to take care of that particular incident. Now, suddenly what happens is that these people, whenever they were going to register any, let's say, something goes wrong with your drainage system in the city, or something, anything which a common citizen faces. And when they used to go, it started laughing. So people were, answerless, and we were carrying out all the kinds of assessments, VAPT, possibility of hacking, etc., etc. But you won't believe there was just small cleaning by the facility guy, which took care of that particular issue, because there is a concept called Henlon's razor. In that, what happens is that majority of the time we give undue weightage to the worst possible scenario and avoid focusing on the basic minimum. That is one. Second is the resiliency. In COVID-19, I'm sure we all have agreed and we all have seen the disruptions different scenarios can create for us. And facility managers are one of the key contributors in preparation against resilience. These are the two areas which
Thanks. Resilience is the key, because anytime there's a challenge, incident response is the most important. So, most of the companies, they want to embrace the newer technology. They want to make everything smart. But there's always a constraint of budgets. They have a constraint of the will to do it at times. So how do they really leverage on the technology for making the public safety and security as the main key area in the coming time? So that's very important thing to, ponder on. And my question to my panelists is that how do they really leverage the technology? How do they really work on imbibing the newer set of smart solutions as a facility managers to make the things smarter?
Well, Indrajit, the emerging technologies or the importance of technology is undoubtedly one of the best things that could ever have happened to us as on date. Since I come from a fintech background, so I can just tell you that for us, product and tech work hand in hand. So we always try to develop new products, and that is always based or backed up by the technology. Now, on one hand, you have technology and you're moving at breakneck speed with the technology here. But of course, there are downsides to it also. Now, how do you really manage that sort of a data? Of course, you have data privacy laws, but the only problem with the data privacy law is that you don't have a common platform for all these things. So you have different platforms. The EU has a different platform. We are following a different something else. GDPR says something else. So you really don't have a particular platform where you can really get onto it and you can hook onto it. There are downsides to it. You are looking into technologies. You are developing new technologies, but the same technology is outdated within 6 months or probably a year down the line. So what do you do with that? There's no answer actually to it. You upgrade your technology and you forget it. Same thing which happens to your smartphones. Everybody's carrying a smartphone. Probably today somebody is on iPhone 14 and probably 6 months down the line, he'll be on a 16 or an 18 or something like that. You have your Android systems also working out. But the problem, the biggest challenge for most of us is that how do we get up and stand onto these technologies? Cybersecurity, what you were talking of, Indrajit, is again a major threat to us. Like Indrajit and the rest of the panel said that hacking of a system, we can do it with just one Bluetooth in one of your bulbs. So we have to be aware of what the technology, what is the downfall of technology, and how are we really going to cope up with those technologies. You have smart cities all around the world now, and especially in India, we are propagating all these smart cities, based IoT based, AI based, virtual technology. So, but the flip side to it is that one small problem or one somebody decides to get into the system, your entire system comes to a halt. So that's what my point is.
Thank you, sir. And very importantly, the way the technology is changing, keeping pace with the technology is also a challenge, what you brought it out. But nevertheless, that we have to be upgraded and we have to be the best in the market as a facility manager, so that whatever is happening is the best in the organization. So over to you, Jitendra. How are you doing it in the healthcare? Because that's the area which is always a point of concern.
So there are two parts to my answer. We are dealing with the previous question, right? So when we talk of safety in terms of medical equipment that we are going to procure, ROI is always not a concern. People do cost versus benefit analysis, and medical equipment, since they are made after a lot of research and development, it is not a problem. Desired results are achieved. But when we talk of the other equipment which aid to the safety and security of occupant, visitors, and patients, at times the technologies, they come costly, and when managers, they carry out cost versus benefit analysis, it is seen that the technologies are overpriced. I'll give you one example. Major Ashish pointed out about the COVID. In COVID-19, during the first wave, we heard about the thermal cameras, and some of the hospitals, they procured these cameras in order to achieve contactless screening of people. So a thermal camera with analytics and AI used to give the temperature of people coming into the facility. Now, concept was very good. It was executable, and there were two drawbacks. It was very costly, and second, the system, which worked pretty well during the February or March, or maybe in April of 2020, didn't survive during the heat and summer of May, June, July. So, had these companies invested, let's say 10 lakh in procuring one camera, and if they have 2 or 3 access points, 30 lakhs, just imagine what would have been the ROI. And 1 year after that, when the second wave of COVID came, which was most devastating, consider the NCR scenario, those equipment were of no use. So think a little bit pragmatically, and always carry out a cost versus benefit analysis, and then go for a technology, because technology of today is actually going to be obsolete in next 5 years. Whereas medical technologies, I'm not talking, because uske bare mein pehle hi bata diya tha. But when we talk of the other technology which aid to the fire safety, security solutions and all, then you really have to see the efficacy versus cost.
Thank you. Very insightful. Yeah, over to you, Ashish.
I think there are two aspects which we need to be worried about. First is, like you all were mentioning, about the cost. These new technologies, the cost is enormously high if you implement any integrated solution, because there is loads of softwares, hardwares, applications which are involved. And if you go to the maintenance of these systems, then I had read in many survey reports wherein the maintenance itself crosses almost 40% of the total cost of ownership. So I think being facility managers or being leaders, one of the solutions in this could be that you have to have a very strong business case if you consider that the technology is required in your organization. And in order to have that business case, you need to convince the management by giving the relevant numbers and the value proposition which, using that technology, you're going to bring it to the organization. Now, there are two technologies which I still feel, although we're talking about AI, adaptive AI, and now metaverse and so on and so forth. And every 8 to 10 years, there is a change in the technology. After 10 years, there would be new technology which we may not have heard as of now. However, there are two technologies which are going to benefit us, especially from the perspective of security. One is the data analytics. Why I say so is that whatever amount of technology we may be using right now, we are sitting on loads of data and we do not know what to do with that. There are structured and unstructured data, and those data, people in marketing and business development in other areas, they're using it because if you use it effectively, these data is actually going to give you actionable insight, which you can use in your day-to-day functioning of facility management. The second is, like you were mentioning, specifically in the critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure and the large, areas, large facilities, large enterprises, it is necessary that you have smart surveillance systems. And when you have these smart surveillance systems, they are loaded with 4K, varifocal, PTZ, etc. And majority of the images which we capture from the CCTV cameras, that is more than hundreds and hundreds of terabytes of data which we collect. So the technology which we need is the cloud solutions, because in times of today, when there is no, when we have already experienced the disruption by COVID, the cloud is the next solution to give the resilience to all the organizations. And I think these will continue even if there are constant changes in the technology.
Yeah, interestingly, data privacy of all this is very important. Just to give you an example, we go to all the buildings in Delhi, in Cyber Hub, they take your, facial recognition photograph. Sometimes they also ask you some driving license or Aadhaar card at times. But have you ever noticed that where is the data going? Are they really supposed to collect it, or they need to, store it somewhere? And what is the life cycle of data? So those are the kind of things which facility managers have to really look in for, and that way they can be kind of very secure about what are they doing about the data. This is only a point to ponder. We can talk of this a lot. Now, the other aspect is like there are lots of crises which happen when I, as a facility manager, and having a proper SOP, having a proper SOP crisis plan is very important, right? So what are the key considerations one as a facility manager one should have? So your viewpoints on it, sir, and then Jitinder.
See, that comes to the point of your emergency preparedness, actually. How well are you prepared from an emergency point of view? What is your response? Actually, basically, why do you need an emergency response system? You need it only to mitigate the risk, whatever you're doing, whether it is in terms of data, whether in terms of workforce. We talk about workforce. Actually, after COVID-19, what has happened is you'll find many of organizations have cut down on the manpower. So your workforce is more or less now, it's on an on-demand sort of a workforce. You require it, you get it. If you don't require it, you don't get it. What also happens for a manpower is that you need to reskill and upskill yourselves also. This is a very important thing that we are, we should also look into. Emergency preparedness, you need to prepare a plan, you need to go through the plan, you need to do some training on that, and you need to carry out your drills also. And you need to upgrade yourself. I think probably every 3 months, that's what it says. Even NDMA also says that you should have your drills in place, you should have your systems in place, you should have a process in place. How you are dealing with, what you are dealing with, whether you're dealing with a natural disaster or you're dealing with man-made disasters, fires, earthquakes, like you just said right now, Chennai, submerged with floods. What do you do about it? So what is your plan for the emergency? How well are you prepared for it? Who all, is it top driven or bottom driven? So all those people need to be taken into confidence before we do all these things.
Yeah. Over to you, Jitinder.
Thank you. So healthcare facilities, they plan their emergencies manual depending on the guidelines that they have got from NABH and JCI, whichever accreditation they have got. NABH stands for National Accreditation Board for Healthcare Facilities, and the JCI stands for Joint Commission International, which is a USA-based body and considered to be a gold standard. Now, in the NCR, you'll find that most of the hospitals are NABH accredited, and they have that NABH logo on their signboard and cards, etc. Few of them, very small percentage, they are JCI accredited. Now, if we talk of JCI or NABH standard, they have over 1,300 standards, out of which around 250 standards are relating to facility management and safety. And out of that, 100 or 110 are related to the emergency management or emergency preparedness. Now just imagine that your GDs, your housekeeper, your nurses, your managers, your doctors, these CAOs are already overworked in patient care. Just imagine that they have to remember the emergency plans as per the standard and act. So in our experience, what we have done is we have kept the plan very simple. You write your emergency plans, keep it simple. There are 4 aspects to it. The first one is always keep it simple. Second, follow PITS model. So those of you who are not acquainted with the PITS model stands for plan, equip, train, and then exercise. In our city scenario, what happens? We exercise first, and then we go back to our plan. We try and equip ourselves, and then we do a final drill. So it should not be done. It should be done in plan, equip, train, and exercise. And the third part of it is you ensure that you do regular drills and exercises of these emergency plans. And when you're done with the drill exercises, ensure that you keep a record of it, prepare a report, keep it so that when you leave, you go to some other company, the next generation of managers, they have access to what you had done, right? People learn from the history.
Very important. And the last point which you made was, the skilling, the training, and making people aware of what's there in the overall plan. Otherwise, you may have a paper plan, but when it's an emergency, you really need to, work on it. It will fail. So, over to you, Ashish.
Yeah. In military again, there is one saying called the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. And it is very, very relevant here because you guys have spoken about planning, which is very, very important because you have to have detailed planning. And of course, it needs to be simple. But the most important aspect is rehearsal. And I know I have worked in corporate as well. I understand it's next to impossible to, call people and carry out rehearsals. But come what may, now we have already learned the lessons. It is necessary that we prepare a rehearsal calendar. We identify all possible people or the stakeholders who are involved and carry out these rehearsals on regular basis, be it against the scenario of fire, be it against scenario of earthquake, be it against any scenario which even you can't think of. Nobody had thought of COVID. So there could be such scenarios where you have not even imagined, black swan completely. But the rehearsal, if you constantly do that, believe me, at the time of the disaster, things are going to fail. But at least through constant rehearsal and planning, 80 or 90% of the time you'll succeed. You'll remember what needs to be done.
Thank you. And we are just coming to the close of the session. And wonderful points brought out by my panelist. And key takeaways is technology is going to be there, but you really need to think on it, which technology you require, and what's the obsolescence cycle of that technology itself. And what's the life cycle of this technology if you're taking a technology. So those things which you have to be very careful about it. Public safety is very important factor. You can't just take out of the mind. And whether it's a visitor security, your internal staff security, both the things are important. You are connected as a facilities. So you have a threat of cyber attacks anytime. And we've been talking about the critical infrastructure and also the hospital I don't know whether if you're all aware that all the hospitals are now going to be part of the critical information infrastructure of the country. That means if there's a cyber attack, they have to have a plan in place. They have to have a cyber attack or the cyber threat framework to guard themselves up. This happened post AIMS cyber attack, which happened 23rd of November. They will stumbled upon, that we have put 6 organizations as critical infrastructure, namely your banking, your railways, your airports, your government offices and all, but they never put healthcare as part of the critical infrastructure. So now they're putting it up as a critical infrastructure. So that kind of facility, if you're maintaining, and even if you as a holding public infrastructure or government infrastructure, So those are all forming part of the critical infrastructure, right? So that is very important. You need to really safeguard them against the framework. And that comes as part of the National Cybersecurity Policy 2030. So those kind of things are there. And of course, not last but the least is the training, your awareness of the people. You may have the best plans in place, but as a facility manager, if you're not putting the plans to the right person and the last person is the organization, the complete plan goes for a toss. So with that, if somebody has any question, I think we'll take it on one question and then we'll wrap up. Sir. Yeah, you can
You hear me now? No. I have one basic question, and I have a little experience on security. I'm talking security of people. Being fortunately, unfortunately, 20 years on the board of directors, advisory board of Group 4, G4S, and we have faced this problem. All what you've said is excellent, first class, and we are doing very well. But my question is that I have a house where I put in all the systems, impregnable glass with sensors and so on and so forth, and somebody breaks it. What is the response time of a police van to come there? If you work it out, I think if I'm not mistaken, in England, it's 4 minutes. The fellow doesn't come. The party is over. This is reality of our Indian conditions. So don't you think it's very important for all these management facilities really work at the ground level, day to day, for people? The police has to be involved thoroughly into it. There's no response time. I mean, look at it. I have a guard, Group 4 guard, or anyone of your management. There's a guard. He's got a stick or whatever it is. Now, if somebody comes, breaks it and goes through with a knife, what does the housewife do? If you got all TV cameras, everything is fitted there. So it rings up 100. That fellow is sleeping most of the time. Or you say, what has happened? So by the time he comes back, so I think time has come to integrate with the police station, nearest police station, which they do world over. You know, you've been traveling, you know what it is. What are we going to do about that? It's very good on, God forbid, earthquakes and things like that doesn't happen. Then you're fully equipped and cyber, which you're very right. But what about the man on the street, day to day? Crime is going up because the interaction or the time of response is dismal. I think you gentlemen should look into that and interact with the agencies. That's my point. Thank you.
Sir, I do not know whether the answer is going to be apt or, just to add to what you said, I'll share my experience. So one of the Gurgaon facility that Fortis Healthcare, had, it got opened up in, I think, 2011 or I think in the winters of 2012. And the biggest problem that we faced was the similar to what you just said. Out of a sudden, violence breaks out in the hospital, or, somebody just walks in and, starts fighting, or, that kind of scenario. So we started our liaison with the police, local police, and we ensured that the beat, Delhi has a very effective beat system, beat patrolling system. But in Gurgaon, during those days, it was not prevalent. So we got the beat created, and the beat hut was made next to the hospital. So that way, we were able to, get at least one police personnel deployed there round the clock. And, during the hour of need, getting one person in the khaki worthy was quite a big help to us. And in turn, that policeman used to alert the police station and the local PCR. Whereas in last decade or so, it has evolved and it has become more responsive.
Sir,
I hope this helps.
Oh, sir, you are a hospital.
I'll answer you, sir. You're right. And it's the pinch of salt. We are primarily in a very reactive policing right now. And the crime rate are increasing, conviction rates are going down. We have to move from the reactive policing to the predictive policing, right? So that's the next stage of all these kind of crimes, which can be criminals can be nabbed, crime can be brought down. So that's the way forward. And for that, people have to be geared up. We are still in a erstwhile era of the dandas. So that has to move away and get into a different kind of mode to get into a predictive policing on ground.
Telephones, or house telephones to the nearest police station is very easy to do. It's with this all technology which we have, it'll get comfort to the citizen. Response time will be very much good. You
So
know?
I'll just tell you, I made an app. I'll share with everyone. I made an app called Safety App. It didn't pick up because in India we don't bother about safety. That app was like, you don't have to do anything. Anytime there's a crime which is happening, you just click a photograph and send it. Or if there is a distress, you shake the phone 4 times. It will go to the police. Now there's a problem of jurisdictions in Delhi itself. Like who will be responsible for crime, right? Who will be taker of that particular complaint? And it was giving back the cops, the location, the exact photograph, the person who's reported. He can report anonymous also if he wants. So those kind of things are the kind of things which you're saying. So if there's a crime, if you have to just do a camera and just click it here and it goes, nothing else.
No, I
So
agree.
that is where we have to, and this is now somebody took the idea, came on a blockchain. It's working in some of the colleges in US where they have lots of crime rates which are very high, right? So the idea we've got it. There were no takers here in India. Somebody picked up and they're working very well. So that's how it really works, sir.
So response time is the crux of the whole
Yes,
thing.
response time, reactive mode
Yeah,
of policing
absolutely.
to the predictive mode. If we are not going ahead, it's going to be a very challenging for all of us in times to come.
I agree with you. Otherwise, all this gadgetry really to the common
Yes,
man.
you're 100% right. And
Like,
technology is the way forward.
I agree.
For police also to react. for
Also
these
the
kind of
man behind the
things.
machine,
Yes.
as they say,
Uh,
which is your police force.
So in fact, just to tell you, the laws which are there in country, we are talking of the erstwhile IPCs, IT Act which came up, it's a redundant now. They think that it is no more, able to put criminals behind the bar. Now they're talking of something by the month of July. They're trying to come up with an act called Digital India Act 2023, looking in all the crimes of the present day.
Yeah.
And then we are talking of the cyber cops. Then also in times to come, there is something going to happen. Meta cops, the metaverse everybody's
Yes,
talking of.
I-
They're going to have meta cops in place. Interpol has already have meta cops in the metaverse.
Yes, I know.
And there'll be a meta laws which will come up by 2030, 28 or 30. So that's the kind of whole
Very good.
scenario, the policing scenario is going to be,
Very good.
and the law scenario is going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. Thank you so much. And I always say this from food for thought, it is now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:35. It's time for lunch. Love the smile on your faces. Let's try and meet here back sharp at 2, so we can then continue with the other keynote sessions and panel discussions. Thank you. 2 o'clock, we shall start troubling you. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. May I please request everyone to kindly take their seats. Also, for the ones who are outside, if you can hear me, which I believe you can now, see two of them walking inside. Prashant. Prashant. What's not going to land? Salman, can we have people? If any of your colleagues are outside, I request you to please ask them to come inside and take their seats. Yes, बताइए. Salman, are we good to go? Okay. Everybody had lunch? Just asking. Yes, no. Yes. Desserts. You could be happier while you're saying that. I'm sure itne bura to nahi the. Desserts, and this row, no one had lunch. You had. In the center one. So I love both your hands going up. You had twice. Lovely. That row, that column, I mean, had, yes. Okay. Chaliye. So I'm assuming कि अब आप में जोश ज़्यादा है to help us welcome our next set of speakers and panelists. So let's do that. Now moving on to our next keynote speaker session on cybersecurity is now intertwined with facilities management. Please join me in welcoming on stage Major General Dr. Pawan Anand, AVSM retired Director, MIGS Global Consulting and Distinguished Fellow, USI of India. You know, aapki taaliyan also act as a catalyst. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. When I got a call from Shilpa yesterday that, there's a keynote to be done, I was a little taken aback, such short notice. But then Sam gave me a call and said, look, this has to be done. And when Sam says that, you can't refuse a friend. Sam is well known, I think, to a lot of friends here. But then what do you say to a bunch of hard-nosed, highly experienced professionals about their job? So a tough nut to crack on that. But okay, then I fall back upon my experience, not only in the army, but also having been a professional of infrastructure in the army. I'm from the Corps of Engineers. And so therefore one has looked at massive scales of infrastructure, getting all the paperwork done to get it sanctioned, getting it executed, maintaining it. Alongside that, it wasn't just about residential buildings or office complexes. The office complex or the fantastic building that you see in Headquarters Southwestern Command in Jaipur is a magnificent palace, actually, a little bit overdone if you ask me. But that is the one which is, which finally I had the honor to get commissioned. And I had, at that time, General Bipin Rawat come and cut the tape for it. But doing the fine tuning towards the end and making sure all systems were go was a Herculean task during my tenure there. But one also saw some very interesting structures coming up, underground structures for the Air Force, for their weapon areas, dangerous weapon areas, extension of runways, especially the Lohegaon runway in Pune, creation of a hover port near Okha for the Coast Guard. And then at the end of it, it all just came back to maintaining, running the show, because that's what gets the biggest brickbats on a day-to-day basis, and which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with out here. So that apart, I was also Secretary General of the Highway Operators Association. And then I'm now with the think tank, a mentor at the National Defense College with MIGS Global Consulting. And I also do an advisory with a transport infrastructure company, which is based in UK. So with all that as a background, I'm not going to tell you anything new, but I'm just going to scratch on a few probably hidden surfaces here and there. So the topic that one is going to be talking about today is cybersecurity being completely intertwined with facilities management. And this is something which has recently come close to my heart as I sit where I am these days in the think tank, and we closely interact with the National Security Council, especially the National Cybersecurity Advisor or the coordinator, and a few other defense cyber agency and a few other industry houses. But let's come back to the topic. For the past couple of decades, I think facility managers have steadily, to some extent, overlooked cybersecurity. While cybersecurity is gradually and inexorably rising in its importance, no debate on that. Buildings, essential services like water, electricity, HVAC are particularly vulnerable, more so because interoperability between operational technologies and information technology increases. All of these come from multiple stakeholders and manufacturers and vendors. As a result, your physical and digital risks have become conjoined and form ever-increasing threats. We are now going to have an explosion of IoT devices and connected OT as 5G comes into India. So let there be no doubt that real estate managers will have no choice but to reboot their cybersecurity strategies in the face of these growing risks. There's an IBM report of 2021, not too long ago, which talks about interconnected OT devices coming under cyber attacks. Guess how many percentage times higher over a year? 2,200% in a period of 9 months, January to September. And this is not only got implications at a corporate level, but also at the national security level. Now take the case of a commercial office in Canada, which was attacked by ransomware. The ransomware shut down the BMS, the building management system, damaged the central plant's equipment, and it cost thousands of dollars. In another case, attackers infiltrated around 4,500 internet connected video cameras and then got a huge ransom on that. Just the other day, there was a gentleman sitting in my office who in front of me hacked into video cameras in a Japanese port. And you could make out every activity that is happening in that port. A huge amount of cyber espionage is happening all the time, and we don't even know about it. It could be industrial espionage, it could be security. And what makes me shudder is perhaps that Hikvision camera, which is located somewhere in South Block or in North Block, is sending messages across, or is already been hacked into, and is sending messages across many borders, especially to our adversaries. And to highlight that, I had another gentleman who came to me and said the Australians have approached him for exactly the same thing that I spoke of. Cameras hacked into. So they know exactly who's walking in and out of every office in Canberra. And the Australians have come back to him, and he's developed a tool which is now going to block that. I'm trying to convince our fraternity to take that. So there is a level of, I would say, apathy towards this as complacency, and many times people don't scratch that surface for fear of coming up with something which may be unpalatable. So cyber attacks target emerging technologies such as digital twins, artificial intelligence, and can pose obviously not only espionage threats, but also the threat of controlling your systems. AI algorithms are vulnerable and can suffer from data poisoning. Data inputs can be maliciously twisted around. And so the inputs that you get from your AI algorithms may be false. In fact, maybe actually feeding you completely false information. And therefore that needs to be also kept in mind. We are clear that although facilities managers don't need to understand cyber security in its full complexity, that could be with the IT managers and the IT department, but we must educate ourselves about the threats and build a secure culture in our organization. I would say firms should embed cybersecurity into their operations, set clear organizational responsibilities with a risk-based approach, implementing a clear defensive strategy when it comes to our systems. I do understand everybody here is not unaware of the risks that are there. In fact, many are highly qualified. I was just talking to Ajay Sharma, a cybersecurity expert, if I may say. But a survey carried out by Honeywell not too long ago said that 70% managers, 7 out of 10, are concerned about whether they have adequate level of operational cybersecurity to protect their facilities. 7 out of 10 are concerned about it. Imagine what it would do for healthcare facilities, corporate data centers, because that will not only be a financial setback and operational setback, it will be a social crisis which would get created. Lives would be lost. 27% of facility managers in surveyed geographies experienced a cybersecurity attack in 12 months in the year 2022. 2/3 of them consider OT cybersecurity as one of the most challenging aspects of their jobs, your jobs. These surveys were conducted over more than 1,500 facility managers in the US, Germany, China. We are not even talking about India. Despite those concerns, only 44% respondents had a cybersecurity solution in place. And only 1/3 of them have made investments, put money where their mouth is or where their mind is in cybersecurity protection over a year. The plans were also not there. So India, in any case, is yet to address this issue, given all its merits or demerits as you look at it. Imagine the situation over 3 years. 5G comes in, things get IoT controlled. People are peeping into your bedrooms. People are peeping into your information systems. Maybe even controlling your information systems. The havoc that it can create is unimaginable unless you and I get into it. Let's take a look at the basic block, the building systems which are put into place. The single biggest block of cybersecurity and vulnerability in this is in the corporate world in a building. Now, the building has got all its comfort and security, two classified places. So you have your video surveillance, you have your VoIP telephone, and you have your office machines. Then you've got your sensors that are driving your heating systems, air ducts, cooling systems, water, temperature. All these are impacting the safety of a building's occupant. Most of these are unmonitored all the time. These are unsecured backdoors for anybody to hack in. And remember, these backdoors can be fatal if you're in hospitals, as I said earlier, utilities, medical devices. During a discussion, we even went to the extent of saying somebody could hack into your pacemaker if he wishes to. It's a form of assassination that we are going to look for in the future, but that is not part of facilities management. So there's a Harvard Business Review research that said 60% of all cybersecurity breaches were launched through the computer systems of suppliers or contractors. This had gone up by 25%, just about over 2 to 3 years. And this I'm talking of, the figure I'm talking of is 2017. Things have changed now. 1,400 companies have been breached by nation states. And that's an entirely new form of warfare. We all know that before Russia attacked Ukraine, Ukraine was bombarded with cyber attacks. During our conversations with the vice president of Microsoft, who had come down here, and a closed door discussion that we had with him, he outlined to us the nature of attacks that had come out and where we were trying to compare as to where we stand. And it can be a little difficult to imagine how we're going to put our act together as soon as possible. But they are done by nation states. And all of them that they did in this survey of over 1,400 companies were using 3 building control devices: VoIP telephones, video recorders, office machines. Simple stuff. Other building systems used in successful cyber attacks, you all know HVAC, elevators, the works. What happens is building control contractors evolve from actually construction contractors and become system integrators. And then they are the ones who have somehow put a system together. That is where the leakages are happening. Now, cyber attacks focus also obviously on exploiting the data from all the sensors that are there in smart buildings, and most of them have zero protection. Such attacks take control of the sensors, subvert them, and cause dangerous behavior in various systems which are running in your facilities setup. The turbines, the water, the air. There's this infamous example of Stuxnet. Everybody knows about it. We've been talking about it. What did it do? This malware disrupted Iranian centrifuges in their nuclear facilities. So we know about that. Just imagine, these were monitored systems. We here are talking about unmonitored systems. And there's the Triton malware. It's called the world's most murderous malware. Caused disruptions in and an emergency shutdown in Saudi Arabia in a petrochemical plant. You don't even need drones for that now. So the ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, the fuel supplier on the east coast of the United States, how much did they pay? Apparently, they ended up paying $4.4 million. Of course, later on, the FBI got 50% of it back. But when JBS USA was attacked, it's a meat supplier in the USA, nothing came back. And $11 million were lost in ransomware. So this is a really difficult issue when you're doing remote monitoring and remote control of your various sensors. And obviously Colonial was doing remote monitoring, and more so, let's look at it during COVID periods, mostly remote monitoring. What do you do in your building facilities? Mostly remote monitoring. And that makes it more vulnerable. So what do we need to keep in mind? I think facility managers should be very clear that they have to retain the leadership between the vendor and the organization. Somebody has to take that responsibility. And senior managers must remain concerned with the security practices that your vendors are undertaking when installing or servicing that organization. Each vendor has to be made responsible for developing his own cybersecurity hygiene, and this has to be put down probably in a written statement with him for specific security protocols that he has to install. Sometimes a specialty vendor may require some financial assistance as well. And this has to be understood by the board of that company if it has to give financial assistance to a vendor. So then all these hygiene factors have to be installed in agreements and statements, and liabilities can then be transferred as a bargaining chip onto the vendors. So just a short word about co-opting IT and OT. So we are all aware that the IT department is very conscious about cybersecurity attacks. But how does IT and our OT come together? Usually there's a little bit of gap between the two. The IT is focused on data and communication, whereas the OT is focused on behavior and outcomes. So in a SCADA system, there are 4 primary functions: the data acquisition, the network data communication, the data presentation, and then the control. Of course, you have the human-machine interface, and then you have a communication infrastructure that's the backbone to all this. All these need to be kept in mind. And as IoT comes in, at some point we are expecting IoT may start overriding a SCADA completely and get rid of it. So the IoT will then have to ensure that all these factors are protected individually. From a IT department's perspective, to my mind, the OT systems are many times just out of sight, unless the level is raised in their case. Now, this is despite the fact that some years ago, 2 years ago, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, warned that there are 83 million IoT devices vulnerable due to remote access in specified geographies. So remote access is the one that now is going to be the name of the game and the vulnerable point as well. So data has then become a focus. Data breaches in facility management pertain not only to unauthorized access or theft of sensitive information of a facility, but it also includes data on employees, vendors, customers, building operations. I mean, the whole works. Personal identifying information, financial data, building security protocols, and all this we have to do while we still don't have the DPDP in place. We were involved with the DPDP and number of us went back to the Ministry of IT and full kudos, I think, to Mr. Chandrasekhar, that for the second time he withdrew the bill from Parliament, not tabling it, because it still needs a lot of improvement. So we are still struggling with it. Indonesia just did it, came out with its own DPDP bill act last year. Of course, the EU regulations are fantastic. Now, with all this environment, we still have to work our way into it. But we know that some of the common causes are human error, cyber attacks taking place, malwares, insider threats, physical threats of records and devices. All these are the causes of a data breach in a facility management setup. Of course, we'll need intelligent maintenance management platforms in preventing data breaches. Remember, hackers are trying to get into your data for three things: the thrill of it, the curiosity of it. The second would be getting ransomware. And the third, of course, is a feeling of power, which very few will be able to experience unless we are hackers ourselves. Many of these hackers are sponsored by nations and have a huge resource base behind them and protection behind them. So they have everything going for them, whereas we at the corporate level have to work within our own resources. So what mainly can we do at our level? I think employee training for awareness is a key element. Positive reinforcement must be helpful. I would recommend that we go through exercises like sending fake emails through internal sources, encouraging employees to flag those reports, and generally building a culture of network safety with customers and business. Of course, technology will also help. Most importantly, I think facility managers must make sure that none of their systems are exposed to the web, at least as far as possible. Secondly, managers should make sure that they have control over the remote access. Leaving the control with the vendor is the last thing that we should be doing. And facility managers should regularly carry out an inventory of all devices and keep them up to date. Basic exercises and drills that we need to carry out. I would also recommend that we keep our systems segregated so that the OT systems, as far as possible, are segregated from internet and from other systems so that the surface area of attack is reduced. One of the main things has to be collaborative and communication between the IT department and the OT department. IT department must understand where all the facilities lie and how they are unprotected. So otherwise they don't naturally gravitate towards it. They tend to stay within the office equipment and within their own area of comfort. We'll have to work out what if scenarios and make suggestions to the IT so that everything is within their grasp as to where our vulnerabilities lie. So at the end of it, I would say transparency, honesty, open communication between them is what we would be looking for. I hope this helps kind of put a little focus into the discussion, at least from the cybersecurity point of view. You have a lovely panel coming up and look forward to hearing from the experienced and knowledgeable people about that. I look forward to it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. As Doctor mentioned that we now have an upcoming interesting panel like every other which has happened, of course, with all the keynote session as well. The next is on role of innovation and technology in creating a better workplace environment, sort of linked with what Sir just spoke about. And for the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Dr. Shakti Chauhan, Country Head, Facilities 32nd, Jagvinder Pinni Mand, Independent Corporate Real Estate Consultant, former Microsoft Senior Portfolio Leader, Ashutosh Kumar, Head of Engineering, Adaptive Computations, Kailash, Parvez Sajid, VP, Operations, Noel, and this session will be chaired by E. Jayashree Kurup, Director, Real Estate and Cities, Wordmeister Editorial Services. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, collectively. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first panel discussion after lunch. We're talking about innovation. We've heard about various aspects of facility management. Innovation is something that we're introducing as a subject for the first time. Now, first of all, the important thing is, why are we innovating in facilities management? Is it compliance driven? Is it need based? We've come out of a very major pandemic, and the way we address workplaces have changed significantly. Is it because of that? So let me ask my panelists first to talk about why innovation. What are the innovations that you're looking at today?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't think it is expected it has to be a roar after lunch, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Great. I think, no, the intention was to just make sure that you're awake, and we also are heard clearly. Thank you, Jayashree ma'am. I believe, first of all, getting stuck with so much of experience is always a bit of a punishment to speak. But then at the same time, you also take away a lot of learning. So I just want, first of all of you to please put your hands together for a great session Dr. Major Anand has done. I believe not that cybersecurity has been a preference for everyone, but it has become a more necessity. And I think this should be the takeaway, because you are just waiting. You are just one step away for that disaster to happen. And I come back to our session of innovation. I think the first thing, when we want to talk about any specific subject, I think we need to understand the meaning. When we say innovation, it's just not about creating new things. Innovation is a wholesome understanding of what you want to do, why you want to do, exactly how important it is to do, and is it part of that sort of an understanding. So I take 4 C's, part of that innovation. First is the context. I think facility management is evolving last 2 or 2.5 or 3 decades, which I'm in, and I've seen this myself. But at the same time, it has not been changing leaps and bounds in terms of how retail has changed, how the e-commerce has changed. But facility is having a very few taker, and sincere takers are pretty few, in fact. So the context has to be very clear in terms of innovation. You are a supplier, you are a service provider, or you are a service provider to your own organization. You need to understand, you need to bring in that context of that innovation is required. The next part is the capability. I believe apart from the context, there's someone who is understanding and just imagining the technology, the change and innovation, should have that capability to drive that change, to drive that innovation. And at the same time, the third C is the culture. I have seen a lot of organizations, they've been successfully for over 50 years, 30 years of history. And when you talk about digitizing their operations, they feel that we are doing okay. Why you want to change us? I think this had changed in the last over 3-4 years, and especially after a pandemic, because you were slapped to sort of change, and you sort of you're getting awake that, oh, without this also it is possible. So the culture of adopting those innovation has to be more important. And last but not the least in this is the collaboration. I believe any innovation is as successful as everyone adopts it with that sincerity and ownership. So that's something we to do with the innovation. We move on technology. I think we bring in that subject later.
But you want to go ahead?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think Shakti has, as I mentioned, that the FM world is continuously evolving. But the role of technology is also critical and crucial in making the facilities management more effective and efficient. Then the question arises why one should go for the technology, why we go for the innovation. The thing is that what it is bringing on the table for FM people, that is more important. So when we talk about what is bringing on the table, it is bringing more efficiency in the system. It is bringing the cost effectiveness in the system. It is helping in making a decision more effectively. And that's a reason I think that technology plays a very crucial role when it's come to the facilities management.
when you talk about technology and innovation, one of the things that I started with, why are we innovating today? Is it because of the cost parameters? Is it because of compliances? What is the role of compliances? And also, do clients push you to innovate in terms of getting better security, better services, and so on? Thanks, Jayashree. I'm going to flip the coin. I know, General, you did tell us a lot about cyber security, safety, but we can't run away from technology. Technology is here to stay. It's evolving. It's evolving the way we are working. It's evolving the way we humans are, basically. And I don't think that, we should run away from it. The IoTs, the AIs of the world are created to enhance productivity. And as we look at it, yes, you have to have your parameters of safety, security, wellness, health. But at the same time, what are the benefits of it? We are efficient. We are having seamless processes. We are able to adequately support our customers and our clients with our data backing us and supporting us with what's coming for the future. So I really think it's a world of innovation and technology moving forward, and not just as a word, that, yeah, it's a cost. Of course, everything comes at a price. There is a price to be paid for it. But at the same time, I think the benefits far outdo the price points. Yeah. Ashutosh, when you talk about today, what is all this technology doing? It's giving us better and finer, more granular data, right? With this kind of data, how are the operational efficiencies going up? And also, how are we complying to an increasingly globalizing world where the standards are, the bars are very high?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. First of all, one question to the audience here. How many of you are terrified with the term AI? Okay, I will make it a bit more soft. How many of you think that AI will be replacing a lot of human opportunities in times to come? Great. Ma'am, now to your question here. Let us say if I am a new person amongst all of you who has to go through a lot of documents, a lot of compliances to put my head together to jot down the points that, okay, if this is a facility, that first, if I have to create and then manage, these are the parameters that I should be matching. One way to do it is to go through all the content that is out there, or sit with someone who is experienced and spend, if not days, maybe a few hours at least. Or the other way around is, okay, that might be that might be terrifying at times, that feed all the document to an algorithm and then get the output. And it so happens that that algorithm might provide you with the output of, let's say, 10 pages. Then you ask the same algorithm to do it and provide it to you in 10 lines, and it will do that. Right. And why would someone use it? How would and should we keep up with this space? Is much like, would we like to sit in a room with only lamps and no tube lights? No, that we won't, right? So for the same reason, yes, innovation is very much critical, and to cope up with the global standards, there are tools that needs to be adapted, because developing them from scratch would take a lot of resources. And then we will have to become proficient at using them to our benefits.
Okay.
So, ma'am, yeah.
Yeah.
So you spoke about data heavy, what you call technology, which is actually giving a lot of inputs to the end user. The most important part in this now, the most of the organization, the recent the changes which happened due to technology is that the boardroom discussion is not limited only to taking a new space and only deciding about how to utilize the space better. The new boardroom discussion is on what is your digital policy, how you want to implement it, and what are the data analytical actually. That is very critical. So are you developing a team who can actually analyze the data? The amount of data you're receiving from all this thing is a huge. So if you're not able to analyze and do the analytical survey of those data, you will not be able to get a better output. And that's the reason it plays very important role that the amount of data we're getting it should be analyzed with expert people. And there is a need for creating that team and now in the recent world, where you should have the team who is capable of analyzing the data. Like Sir has mentioned in the previous discussion, the security is a concern, right? Wherever we are using Internet of the Things. Similarly, now the technologies are also helping to improve on the security part also. But again, it depends that kind of data which is giving, the input it is sending to you, output it is sending to you. Are you analyzing that particular inputs or not for the right purpose? If you are analyzing, your team are analyzing the data, then definitely you will be able to get a better result. And similarly, you need to develop the people also, or in the organization, your team also, that who can be able to use that data and work in a better way.
Right. When in the morning, we had a session where a survey revealed that 30 was the division. 30% wanted to work in offices, 30% wanted to work hybrid, and another 30% wanted to work from home. And many organizations allow it. When you do this, your need for technology to synchronize all these different categories of workers is very high. Shakti, would you like to talk about the challenges there and how it's being done?
I think when we say technology challenges, I feel now it's been almost 1.5 decades, people have been talking about evolving and technology here. To me now, I think FM is flooded with so many solutions, and it is becoming difficult for the stakeholders to decide exactly what really is meant for them and how practically they can implement. I think the biggest challenge, as I say, the first thing which I spoke about is the context. Like, when you really want to say that you want to go for one solution on, let's say, sitting arrangement, or maybe the occupancy, maybe, in terms of the business building management system or something else, which comes, I think you are very, very diluted in terms of what you get exactly, until unless someone sits with you, understands the requirement, and then offers that customized solution. I'm not sure, people, how much of that AI we've been talking about, but how many of sitting here have used AI in our day-to-day work? I think it could not, maybe 5% of them, or not even those many. The reason is we are not sure about those things. We are not sure about that how this is impacting exactly to the core, to my solution, to my requirement. I take an example of washroom. You will, every airport you go place, you find a 1-hour checklist. Someone comes and checks it, finds it. There's a person who is deployed about auditing that checklist. All that. I'm not sure if you've seen some solution available here, which is doing everything in itself with technology. Also, having sensors to decide if the traffic was more, it's supposed to be with 500 people. Now you have 7,000 or 1,000 people have used it. It will double the overall, the chemical, the wash, the frequency, the room freshener, or anything and everything. You talk about deployment of the manpower, especially how it is designed on weekends or specific hours, then on the weekdays on specific hours. So all this is, when you go granularly, there's a huge advantage in terms of how we want to do. But I think the challenge is people need to invest more time to decide what solution is required for them. And then, of course, everyone need to adopt about what change they want to bring in.
Ashutosh, you want to talk about the distributed workforce and the use of technology?
Yes, definitely, ma'am. The hybrid mode of work that happened, it happened quite rapidly. Let's talk about the conference table that all of us see in our meeting rooms. Okay, so that conference table did not evolve, right? We still either have the chairs around it, and if half of it got unoccupied, everyone had to fit in one screen. So that is something that we are working with, but there is an innovation that is required there, isn't it? So yes, this had been somewhat at a very fast pace. So I think everyone will agree with me that there are quite a lot of innovation that's required there. And similarly, if we go into more detail, because think in terms of the way we monitor our team members. The meeting that was supposed to be there for around 45 minutes, and the tools that were designed for being used at a length of about 45 minutes, now they are being adapted in certain way. But again, there is room for innovation there, so that there can be a better monitoring facility, a better interacting environment, provided we would like to continue working in a hybrid mode.
Yeah.
So that's my point.
Okay. Penny, when you talk about the new workforce, a meeting room is not just a conference room with chairs around it, like he said. There's so much more to it. There is with people plugging in from everywhere, and also the kind of work that's happening, the collaboration that's happening. What kind of changes have you noticed in terms of the very design of workspaces, as well as designing it for a collaborative?
So again, we come, Jayashree, to the point of what is the use of technology and what is the investment each organization is making in that kind of technology. So of course, the high-tech companies, the Googles and the Microsofts, IBMs of the world would invest in having these conference rooms really enhanced with screens across. And one of the designs, have an oval kind of screens put across, so you can have more people participate on Teams or Zoom and get into and give it a feeling that you're right there, though you're still virtual. But the world is going to change again. Technology changes every 6 months. And are we able to really keep up with that new technology and new costs and the expenses? They're really high. Very few organizations will be able to pick that price tag, as I say. So what else is it? How do we make it efficient and create those spaces? So I feel, technology supports us as facility managers to look ahead, look at the future, give the business a plan, how things can be, looking at your space requirements. And with your sensors, you know exactly how many people are using it, what is the conference room occupancy, how we can change and define the space versus saying that this technology is not working or that technology is working. So I think a more broader and open mind approach would help us plan our facilities and facilitate. And this has a ripple effect on how our facilities will be managed, because it will be on how many people are coming in that day, what are the services that are required, and how we'll manage our customers and clients together.
Right.
So I think technology is going to rule the world, as I always say, and I'm an ardent fan of technology. And the other thing is that let's not run away from it. Let's find solutions. There's a very nice, I was reading it to Ashutosh of Google's experience. For last 3 years, they've been trying to see, they used the AI to monitor their data center chilling units. And look at the impact, it's 40% reduction in cost, which is like huge.
Yeah.
And so companies are looking for that. They're looking for decrease in cost, increase in efficiencies, not only from energy, but from overall our management processes. How can we manage better? How can we be more efficient? And how can the process be seamless?
That's right. Parvez, I'm going to ask you to take over from where she left off. When you're talking about deployment of technologies, two critical things that she pointed out. One is how quickly they can become obsolescent. And the second, that how do you tackle that obsolescence of technology or integrate it into your future plans? The second point is that when you deploy technology, there is also a cost saving, right? 40% cost saving is a huge thing. So at the time of looking at deploying new technologies, you also have to have a short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan, how you go ahead with it.
To answer your first question, I think as you clearly mentioned that technology is evolving and it's changing very rapidly, which actually is what is happening around is first you have to identify what exactly your organization needs are. What is your objective? What you want to achieve by using the technology? That is more important rather than jumping in from one technology to another technology. So you have to identify your KPI, key performance indicator, that what you're looking for, what kind of output and input you will give it, and what output you receive it. So that is first part, which is very important, that, okay, technology will keep on changing, but the end result is what my organization needed from this technology. See, because technology comes with a cost. It is not that, okay, tomorrow some new technology will come and you want to jump at it. There are a lot of factors. Other factors also is the integration with the existing system. So if your technology, whatever your technology you are taking for your organization, whether it is good enough to integrate with your existing system or not, that is equally important whenever you are thinking of going for any technology. And what was the second part?
How you the data that you're getting out of it, how you will be, what cost savings can it?
See, data, like if I give you example, like as I mentioned in my earlier also, that data analyzing is very important. Then only it will give you a cost saving. See, you will getting a huge data when it's come by using the technology. Also, you have to see that like how effectively you can use a space. Like if in case of office, if you would, half of team members are working on a hybrid mode, and half of them are working from home, or what you call it, only 20% of the manpower is coming to the office. You have to analyze the data that, okay, what exactly is the best solution for you? How much money you need to spend for developing that particular space, whether it's required or not. So it is actually helping you in taking a better decision.
Shakti, how important is it to have the workforces also aligned to this technology-driven organization?
So I think workforce is ultimately the crux of what we do every day here. But first thing, I would also complete where he left in terms of the kind of challenges. When you are investing in technology, it is not about cost always, and it is always not about cost saving as well. I believe that's the mindset we'll have to go out first thing, because the data collection, the data is a major support in terms of deciding us as leaders in terms of where the investment can be. So two things is, first is about changing or increasing the life cycle of the assets we are using. And the second part is also having relevant data to decide where we want to reach. Yes, there is a after effect, and which is an automatic thing which happens in terms of the efficiency when you are using the data in a proper way. So that's something which is very clear, and people should take it from here as a takeaway. When it comes to workforce influences, I believe it's not about creating the fleet of people here, irrespective of the volume, the biggest portfolios you are managing. Anyone, I've seen people with 50 million square feet and about 100 million square feet. It's not about that 1,000 people working for you or 15,000 people working for you. I think are we future proof in terms of how we are growing? And when it comes to the technology as well, whatever we are buying or we're implementing has to be future proof. And something someone just mentioned is about things are changing every 3 months and 6 months. So that future proof part is very important when we are doing that investment part. We are having, today with so many companies are coming up and startups which are into developing softwares and all those things. You're not sure about their future after 6 months, where will they be? So that's another concern people have before investment. So all those things, when they are covered about future-proof technology is implementable, upgradable, and they can all just make sure that they see that organization in at least next 10 years. This is not always about cost efficiency, but it is about the overall value for money or creating value of whatever we are spending. All that factor has to be thought in a different way. And that's what will bring in, that's what will make you take an ownership of, as a leader, to take an ownership to sort of implement any change or lead any change in the organization, or be an ambassador of a facility fraternity in a boardroom to sort of advocate that why you want these investments.
I'm going to, we are about 5 minutes away from end, and I'm going to pick up a couple of issues that we have. Today, the employee health is very important and employee mental health is very important. Ashutosh, how does deployment of technology, accessing the data, does it help you in any way to manage employee safety?
Ma'am, few days ago, I was reading an article by writer of the book Sapiens, who made a statement that people know, okay, I will make it a bit soft, because people are no more individuals with a lot of morals. Of course, it is his statements, values, and then emotions. The free will, that is somewhat subjective now.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I am starting at that point is because, why is it subjective? Because since we are interacting so much with devices,
yeah,
okay, there are very few who would have got an analog watch in their hand, and okay, everyone must have at least one phone.
Yeah.
So the reason why we are confident that health of our team members can be first monitored and then controlled and then improved, because someone is already doing it. It is just that some people know it, some people do not know it.
Right.
So, and when we are talking about having our members in a hybrid mode, and when we are okay, we are in hybrid mode, and at the same time we are also monitoring them. In a way, we have the data that we have, and you can really see it and understand that if there is a change in pattern of the efficiency, it is because of certain reasons.
Yeah.
Of course,
And address it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So there is a possibility.
Okay. Vinny, another big elephant in the room is climate change. Climate is something that's going to impact every one of us, and as facility managers, it's of critical concern. So all the deployment of technology, how significant is the climate orientation towards that?
Yeah, so Jayashree, to your point of health and wellness, I mean, it all ties in at the end. We've had employees come in and say, what is the temperature in the office today? What is the air quality today versus what's outside? And how am I sure I'm going to be healthy and productive? Now, it's $1 million question, because we actually tie ourselves into everything, from the transport to pick up the employee, make sure the safety of that employee till he or she reaches the office, and then everything else. And that's where, again, I go back to technology. How do we tie that whole experience, ensure that it's safe and healthy and the employee feels well? You know, I've had questions. My car temperature was absolutely terrible, and I'm going to fall sick because the office temperature, as per your reading, is showing me 22. And so now, how do you say that that's okay? So I think it's a fine line for all of us to work with. And I think some of these tools and methods really help us to ensure that we can give that safe environment and ensure they're healthy. And also the food.
Yeah.
I think that's a big one. Transport and food, I always say, are the big sore points for us in facilities, because that's what everybody's looking at. So how are we planning that, how they can order it, how they're comfortable with it. And of course, climate change, we can't do much. What we should be doing is ensuring our facilities are abiding with all, of course, the laws, plus more, and individually how we are contributing to it.
But please look into the future and say in the immediate future, where do you see the new technology shift?
Okay, see, the technology is actually, as I mentioned, it, and initially also is evolving. Okay, augmented reality is something which is now, which is the talk of the town now. Most of the people are now going with the augmented reality, artificial intelligence. What augmented reality do is that it help you in identifying the gaps which you have in your facilities, and it actually can plan the things in a better way. So definitely artificial intelligence, augmented reality, these are the things which are the future of what you call technology in the field of facilities management.
Okay. Shakti, a lot.
I would like to add on.
Very
Oh,
short.
that's fine. Maybe we'll take another
Yeah,
30
yeah.
seconds. So I think just not about AI is of course is talk of the town. We have document management, something which we can, start and making sure is best of use. Work management. I think work management is the biggest thing in terms of how we can bring in the technological inputs and digitize and automate things around. Of course, collaborations and communications to across the business. I was just writing down these things. Cyber security. I think we had about 25 minutes precious session in terms of how technology can really help. And facility management team has to be really very, very aware about it. You talk about data analytics. I'm sure this is something which you need to deeper in terms of how we can utilize that database, that understanding in terms of taking decisions in future, in terms of investments, what we're doing. Then it comes to the IoT part. Then it comes to the robotic changes, especially when it comes to facility management. I think there is a lot we can do with robotic systems. I'm not sure like how much of you have started using it. So these are some of the segments, but how technology has changed us, what are the benefits we have to, so far we can just go around and they're very, very substantially visible benefits, you can say. Today, we are not sort of tied to a location. So technology has changed this. Now you're working from home, some of them are working from even conference room today. So location is no more a problem now. When you have storage is a bigger responsibility used to be initially. Now it is all cloud and you can hire some servers and across. You have absolute clear compliance also, except that and the RBI compliance, which is asking you to store things in India, but otherwise it'll be at the top-notch compliance. If we talk about teamwork, how the teamwork have changed now, you don't need to be behind on back of your team every time. I think it is technology which is changing in terms of how team is becoming effective. You have communication. I think communication was not always about speaking in front of everyone, but it is how effective we have taken in terms of meetings, Zoom meetings, reviews, interviews, conference rooms, even team huddles, ideating sessions. So far, last 3 years has really changed in terms of how technology have evolved. When it comes to the organizational changes, like, I'm not sure. There are organizations which have stopped their offices. They've surrendered their almost about 50% footprints. So people have changed in terms of how they're using it. Of course, productivity. And I think there was always a sense in terms of understanding that if you don't follow up and you are like a boss, keeping it tight, then only the productivity enhances. I think now sort of a thinking have changed drastically in last about, they've been smashed out last at least about 3 years. We know people have become more efficient, lighter, in terms of how you are even retaining those. And it comes from security, of course, how is this change in terms of, facial recognition. It is about biometrics or maybe retina thing. Anything and everything has become so clear in terms of how technology has changed and helped us. Profitability, of course, and efficiency of the work. So everything has been touched, changed and evolved in terms of how we have adopted technology or what is the portion of technology we have adopted. So that's something which possibly for you to take up. And that's what I have here to conclude with.
And that's a wrap now. Technology, there's plenty. Innovation, there's lots that's happened, a lot more waiting to happen. And change, very rapid change is in the pipeline again. COVID was probably only the beginning of the rapidity of change. But thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists and our session chair. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. We've discussed innovation, technology, sustainability, servicing, redefining facilities, etc. But one of the most important bit that's yet left to be covered is hygiene and cleanliness. With this, we move ahead with the last panel discussion of today on changing the landscape of hygiene and cleanliness. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Asha Patania, Housekeeping, PP, PVR Inox, Vivek Rajput, Regional Manager and Head of Admin, North, Bajaj Finance Limited, Suman Datta Sharma, Director, Institutional Hospitality Sarovar Hotels Private Limited, Sanjay Sehgal, COO, High Staff Services Private Limited, and this session will be chaired by Major Aditi Mohan, Chief Administrative Officer, FNF India Private Limited. Let's please welcome them collectively, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. I sit between you and the awards, but every event seems to be successful if it is full of people like you out here. So we have a very interesting session for the day, the last session for the day. But before I start this, I would like to express my gratitude and say thank you to Business World for having me here all the way from Bangalore. I'm not sure how many Bangaloreans are here, but you are. तो अभी सर आपको 4 साल हो गए, अभी आप गुड़गांव में हो. Also, meeting my Delhi wala friends. So hello Delhi, I'm back here. This was my last posting. In fact, this was my city as well. But now that I live there, I do call myself a Bangalorean. I've been there for about 17 years. The roots are here though, but it's interesting to meet everyone out here. And so we have a beautiful panel here, and let's start with a pretty lady. We know that pandemic has changed the way we look at things now. Not that we were doing anything very differently earlier, and not that we were doing a bad show, but Asha, I would want to start off. But before I come to the first question. Why don't you just introduce yourselves to the audience? Everybody knows you out here, but I'm being a little selfish. So all of you, may I just ask you to please introduce yourself to the audience?
Good evening, everyone, and happy to be here. Major Aditi Mohan has been kind enough to say people know us. I don't have such a great idea about myself. So my name is Asha Patania, and I serve as the Vice President Housekeeping for PVR Inox Limited. It's the India's biggest multiplex chain. Earlier, it used to be PVR only, and now we have merged recently with the biggest competitor and become PVR Inox. And I've been with PVR for 9 years, and my total experience actually spans to 30 years. So actually, I completed my 30th year of working this May.
Oh my God. And all of a sudden, she makes me feel very, very old. All of this is not okay. And where exactly do you look that you've been working for like 30 years?
So I started in '93. I've spent almost 20 years with hotels, and the balance 10 years I've been in the FM industry. I'm still learning. I think there are a lot of stalwarts sitting here. I'm still learning. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Vivek.
Hello, my name is Vivek Rajput. I come from Bajaj Finance Limited. I'm working with Bajaj Finance in the capacity of regional manager. I hold the a portfolio of facility management and administration for the northern part of India. My portfolio includes over 400 of locations, which are spread across the different states. And I hold total 15 years of experience into facility management and administration. Prior Bajaj Finance, I have also worked with organization like SDFC Bank Limited, SCI Technologies, and couple of other renowned organizations. So thank you so much. From this forum, I would like to thank you, VW Winisford, for organizing such a wonderful event, knowledge sharing event, and also the sponsor, and last but not the least, the fraternity members who are sitting out there and listening to us. Thank you, all of you.
I'm not sure whether I'm an accidental hotelier or so, because when we joined hotels 30 years back, as Asha said, I started in the year 1993. Not many people knew about hotels, and my father was told that, your child is joining hotel industry, that's not an industry to be in. But having said that, done, the last 30 years has been extremely fruitful, and I've enjoyed my hoteliering. I've been around, worked across the place. But apart from hoteliering, I'm a keen wildlife enthusiast. I love photography. I have done solos in All India Radio, solo one-act plays, music at All India Radio, and I have been a wine and beverage mentor. In fact, I've been a keen stylist of food and beverage also. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks at the outset. Thanks to Business World for giving me this opportunity to be talking to you all here. I spent 22 years in the Military Corps of Engineers, handling some of the most challenging assignments in buildings, roads and highways, including maintaining the 7 highest motorable roads in the world while I was in the Border Roads Organization, and also the highest battlefield in the cold desert region of Ladakh. And subsequently changed tracks, joined ICICI, headed their infrastructure management group for ICICI Direct. The corporate office that was built during my tenure, we got the Society Interior's Most Productive Building Award for that. Introduced certain new FM practices there. Changed tracks again, reverted back to the Government of India, headed the Ministry of Home Affairs disaster management project for involving community into mainstreaming community into disaster management. So the DM Act had just come in 2005, and 2-3 years later, things were not happening. So I was lucky enough to head this project from 2008 to 2016, and then joined the hardcore FM industry, headed a FM company, and right now, again, as head of FMS and CEO of a FM company, interacting with you all, sharing our experiences, learning still. Thanks a lot.
So I really have to thank Mohit and the team for putting this very diverse panel, because put together, we are like close to 200 years in this panel itself. And I was just talking to Colonel Saab back there, and I was saying, sir, फौज में जो cleanliness और hygiene का landscape बनाया जाता है, वो शायद ही हमने we have seen it here, but no offense meant to all of us now that I worked in the corporate more than I worked in the civil. But coming to you, my pretty friend Asha, again, and she says, कि मैम आप बोल क्या रहे हो, but I have to give it to you, definitely Asha, that everybody enjoys the PVR cinemas. But how was it, before pandemic? How was it after pandemic? What really changed? In a nutshell, I'm clearly asking you that the definition of hygiene and sanitization and cleanliness, please tell us, the mere mortals.
So exactly, Major, what you're asking me is, tell me what I did in past 3 years in maybe 2-3 minutes. So what really has happened when we say pandemic, something of this had never been experienced in the world. So when I say cinemas, I'm not only saying when I say cinemas, Aditi, it's not that India, world over, when there were World War I and World War II, somewhere in some part of the world, some cinema or theater was playing some show. So this happened in the history of cinemas over 100 years, that there was actually zero box office revenue. So you could say that there was once a demonetization, and a lot of us were still kind of recovering from it, and this hit us hard. We were the first few businesses to be shut down. First, before the country was shut down, we were shut down. 17th of February, all our businesses were shut down. And we were one of the last ones to be allowed to open. So when you say what changed, I think everything changed, how we looked at our businesses, how we looked at life, and PVR being PVR, that all our eggs were in one basket. We did not know any other business. So what we do well is that what we excelled at. And I think that gave all of us and management some thinking time to say, was it a good idea to only put our expertise in one area? We wanted to be best at the exhibition, bringing in the best of technology, the best infrastructure, the best safety norms, the best of hygiene, the best of aesthetics. A lot of money has been spent over a period. We every time introduce something new. And suddenly there was, we had a span of 184 locations, and they were all shut down together. How much can you really say spreading the risk? You say, okay, don't operate in one state, don't operate in a single business. And any which ways, I think any challenge brings us new opportunities. For us as a department, I think it actually opened the significance of what department like ours, who are not to be seen. Normally, there's a concept of saying that, you should not be seen. Cleaning is something which is a table state. It is not something that you should talk about or seen. It's something which has to be done. How you do it is your business. However, as pandemic hit us and we reopened, I think everybody wanted to see how are you cleaning it? How well are you cleaning it? How frequently are you cleaning it? So from the point of saying that nobody wants to see a cleaner next to them, everybody wanted to see where are your cleaners? Are they cleaning this table enough? You walk into a restaurant, it has been spotlessly cleaned and somebody has put a QR code and saying that it's clean, but you would not sit. You would say, can somebody just come and clean it in front of me? So, from being in the darkness of being the back of the house, suddenly we were put in the sunlight and all the lights were on us. The housekeepers were totally brought in front, and we were not used to this kind of attention, mind you. We are not used to this kind of attention. Suddenly every eye is looking at you and saying, Asha, PVRs have to be reopened and you have to drive it. I'm supposed to know about how COVID is going to come, in which form, how. So, the amount of reading I had to do to understand how this virus is going to spread, how are we supposed to protect our assets and people and employees and patrons and suppliers, it was a huge, tall order. But we rose to the occasion. I think our upbringing helps, our management helps, how we look at challenges helps. So it comes from within, how you want to look at it. I think cleaning and hygiene was something we always focused on at PVR and all other organizations. What we really had to add to it was the sanitization or the disinfection that everybody today knows and understands and has become a part of our being. So even for hotels, it's a bigger fraternity here. We are talking about offices, not just theaters. So malls, hospitals, hotels, theaters, every industry had to go back, look at the existing SOPs, the standard operating procedures, and you had to add to it. And it actually gave us a lot of time to reinvent what we were doing and how we were doing. So we had to plot the employee journey, how the person starts from his home and takes the transport, what are the stops, how does he or she enters the premises. They don't just land it into a PVR. They have to go through a different set of mall. So, we had to link everything to what was happening in an employee's journey. We also had to link how a patron would come, how a supplier would deliver. Everything had to be canceled out and then rebuilt. So I think that was a huge learning. We realized that there were a lot of inefficiencies which were built over a period. This gave us a time and opportunity to remove things which were not needed, were there always, like our legal system, where we keep on having laws and acts which do not really serve anyone, but they are there to confuse us. So we kind of rehashed all our SOPs. We introduced a lot of technology. So we borrowed from demonetization and we digitalized everything and every possible thing which could be done away with. So we became paperless. We invested a lot of money, physical also, and particular to my department, our SOPs, we took the opportunity or initiative to convert them into the local language, because cleaning was not the issue. Like you rightly said, it's not about the SOP, it's about how do you teach it to the last person standing. It is not Asha Pathania who's going to be there at 184 locations. It was the team which was actually at their places. So all our SOPs not only had to be revisited, I also translated them into local language. And then we had to find a way to get it to the team which was waiting for the cinemas to reopen. So we actually digitalized it and we sent it through their mobile apps so that they could read it in the language that they understood. And hence the training began during the lockdown.
I've personally invited Asha to Bangalore because she definitely needs to, first of all, come and see a movie with me at PVR Cinemas, Bangalore Central Outer Ring Road. And I'm spelling it out because people out there in Bangalore, we need to have Asha, definitely. I'll invite you for a movie, my dear. Please come over. And the second invitation is going to be, how did I ever miss Asha Pathania in my FM COVID task forces? Next time you want to know what kind of COVID is going to hit out there, and so many of you are a part of it. Shailendra sir is here, he's a part of the FM COVID task forces. We don't run one, we run three COVID task forces we operated. So we let you know what happens next. Over to you, Vivek. Thank you, Asha. So Vivek, again, in continuation, I'm going to ask you that, with Bajaj Finance, how challenging was it? What are your best practices? And if you could just in a nutshell also share that, how have you, she spoke about SOPs, but how does it come onto the ground? The last mile.
See, so hygiene and cleanliness, these are the two things which have been always important for all of us, and not just now. Hygiene, has been in existence from our ancient times. So Indian has been very aware about hygiene and cleanliness, and this can be understood by the fact that every religion in the world, they preach hygiene. So, and this hygiene does not only benefit a physical structure, but also influence the psychological and social behavior. So there is due importance that need to be given to the hygiene. And it is important because whatever we discuss, every topic that we discuss in this conference, there are two scenarios, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. So, and this pandemic, which has been very hard hitting, but I would say has also brought the opportunity for all of us, especially to the fraternity of facility management, wherein our role is now become more dynamic and interesting. And, we have to become more techno-savvy because our, way of working has drastically changed. Processes have changed, and we need to adopt the new technology and new processes which are more sustainable and more hygienic point of view. They are more practical also. So when I talk about, because I come from a BFSI sector, so we were even operating during the pandemic. Because our business, we are into the customer service business, our sales team, recovery team, or DAP management team, everybody was operating even during the pandemic time, and they were working hard because at that time the people needed the money, and we were lending the money to people who were in need because we couldn't stop our business. So that time it was really challenging to maintain the hygiene and cleanliness in the office because most of the janitor and housekeeping staff were also falling sick. They were absenteeism, and they were also feeling afraid of coming to office, of being getting sick. So therein it was a challenge to maintain and to bring the confidence among the employee that no, you can come to the office, your offices are being sanitized, all measures are being taken. And we did it. We have adopted very practices, and the frequency of sanitization, this infection process were increased, and all communication were given to the employee that what all actions we took to take care of their well-being and to ensure that they will not fall sick when they will come to the office. So in order to do that, we in some of the major bigger offices, we have installed UV filters across HPAC system. We also installed HV air purifiers so that not only the surface is being sanitized, also the air where we operate in is also gets sanitized. Other than this, because hygiene and cleanliness has a various benefits to us. It's not just not only and it reduces, prevent the spread of any illness or maybe a virus or bacteria, but also remove the anxiety and sort of stress from the employee. And my previous panelists also mentioned that there has been studies have taken place which also mentioned that hygiene or a workplace with good ambience has a very limited scope of for an employee who are having anxiety or stress. And the employees who are working in good ambience, they are more prone to be more productive. So there are various benefits to it, and the only way that we need to be adaptive to the new technology and follow whatever the best practices are being there in the current scenario. Thank you.
So, sir, with Sarovar hotels now, and I'll restrict to Sarovar hotels, I know that you have a golden chariot as well, and then I'm very keen to, I'll take that offline for sure. But now with hotels booming with us, I would say us, there is hardly any space. You look at, forget hotels, you look at, the next door restaurant, you look at the pubs and you look at these open places. How dynamically has it changed for you? What is that experience that you're giving to each one of us? Because by end of the day, trust me, as Asha just mentioned, the workers behind the scene heroes have now become the rock stars of the day. We are looking for them. So what's so differently that you're bringing to the table, and what has Sarovar done to change, as we say, the landscape of cleanliness and hygiene?
See, we have a diverse portfolio. We operate in hotels. We manage the golden chariot, as you said. We operate in Fortune 500 companies. We operate in the best of institutes in India. We are there, in selected ecosystem. I would say hygiene and cleanliness is a way of life. It's not something can be taught. It's not about a SOP. It's something you live with every day in and out. For example, in the morning sessions, what we see, people talked about building a workplace habitat. Now, workplace is something which actually integrates your people with cleanliness and hygiene. If you give them something which is really up there in terms of aesthetics, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of hygiene, and make them believe in that surroundings. In fact, they go out and breathe the same thing. So they don't need to be taught something back. I was recently there in Mumbai in one of the facilities, and we came across a cafeteria where the employees of the cafeteria, it's a corporate, and the employees of the cafeteria and our employees, they are dining together. So that's the kind of atmosphere people are looking at, because they sync together. They know what is expected of them. The moment they leave the table and chair, they clean up the place. It's absolutely spick and span. So that is cleanliness all about. It's a 360 approach. You need to have eyes at the back. You need to have eyes when you're moving. You need to look into the shadows. You need to look into the light, and that's how we'll know where the dirt is. Is the high cleaning is important, low cleaning is important. Looking beyond the bed, looking up. Cleaning has always been the mainstay. Cleanliness and hygiene has always been the mainstay of people selecting a particular hotel. It might be Sarovar, it might be anything. A 2019 study, if I get that correctly, pointed out as cleanliness and hygiene one of the mainstay for people to select the hotels. And cleanliness and hygiene will always stay as the mainstay of selecting a hotel room. In fact, now post-COVID, I would rather say COVID has been a boon for us. In fact, it has opened up a lot of avenues. People have got used to a lot of things. People have invested in digital diversity and digital integration processes, which is actually taking us to the next generation, and people are looking forward to it. Earlier, people were not used to the hotel app. People were not used to touchless things. Now, people during the COVID have got used to touchless integration. People have got used to hotel apps. So you can actually start the process before it begins. You can do your reservations in the app. You can do your modification. You can get your confirmation. You can get your arrival, arrangements done. You can book a cab from the hotel. You get a link coming into you, or you go directly to the app and you do the check-in. You put in your validation documents. You know how many people are traveling with you, what time of the day you are arriving. So you check into the hotel. So once you check into the hotel, you go to the room, you have a scan over there, as Asha was pointing out earlier. You go to the room, you want to order something, you get the menu in your phone, you get the menu phone, you want to pay there, right there. You can do the billing then and there with the link with the app. So it's all at your privacy. I think this is actually the digital revolution, what we've seen in the last couple of years, has been a real boon, and that's because of COVID. So going forward, this is what is going to take over. So while checkout, you do the billing. You can have a smart TV. You can communicate with your reception. You have chatbots coming in, which work as a support to you. 24/7 chatbots are there. It's a high, it really works in your favor. So I think, before going to the hotel also, you have this virtual videos or virtual streaming, which happens on your website, which actually tells you about the hotel facilities. It tells you about the rooms. It tells you about the restaurants, the avenues, what you have, recreation activity, kids activities, because these are very important triggers, of our decision-making tools of what hotels you select. So the dimensions have changed. We see a huge impetus towards digital technology. And one of our hotels, in fact, one of our institutes, what we are doing, we have recently done up a physically challenged room where we have the slash of a card, the door opens for you. Not only the lock opens, but the door also opens and you can get in. So the washroom doors also, you have it's all at a press button. So these kind of technologies we are bringing into our hotel space. We are bringing into the mobile key cards. You can open the hotel door with key cards. So going forward, I don't think, we are going to go back. We are going to move forward, and this is the way things are going to happen.
So your focus has been more about the entire wellness and the safety
Absolutely,
of your
absolutely.
guests.
It magnifies the entire dimension. It actually gives you more space to work on. You don't need to get into a clutter zone. You don't need to get along with people in a public lobby. You can do things at your pace the way you want.
Yeah, absolutely. But one of the most overwhelming point that you just pointed out, the rooms that you've made for physically, challenged people, that's something that that's very, very hard.
This is something new which we have worked upon, and we are working on many more things, such things which probably in the years to come we'll be able to tell you what we are going to
No,
do.
this is fantastic. I'll move to Colonel Sanjay, sir, and I have a very specific question for you, and I kind of just definitely jotted this down. So why do you think that the India FM or India as a country, it did better managing the pandemic? If yes, then why? And, how? And if no, then why? And since you're the COO of High Trust organization, and I believe you also have another organization that you operate, and you were talking about it, how was it difficult to change the entire way of looking at things, executing it, selling it to your clients, showcasing what you do? So how difficult? But my first question still stands. Why do you think, and if yes, why do you think India did better managing this landscape?
Thank you, Aditi. See, COVID, when it came, COVID-19, it came so suddenly. It brought with it certain challenges that were never seen before, unprecedented things, both for the users as well as for the service providers. The governments were not prepared. The corporate users were not prepared. The users at any end, be it schools, be it the commercial offices, commercial spaces, residential townships, nobody was prepared. The most important aspect of hygiene and cleanliness that we experienced during COVID is, like we call, the man behind the machine. Ultimately, it is that man or woman who's working, delivering these services on ground that needed to be, convinced everyone else. Offices got closed, shops were not open, markets were closed, cinemas were closed, people were sitting at home. But it was these men and women working in the FM industries, particularly so cleaning part of that they had to be really trained, psychologically counseled,
given a fresh set of education. Education is not that academic education, but education in respect to, making them deliver in that kind of a circumstances. The administration at that time, the district administration, the government agencies, they were highly supportive. Like, although the cleaning people or the hygiene and cleaning people, the facility management was not given the status of, what you call that essential service at that time. Security services got that. They were not checked. They had access to various areas and all. The FM industry did not have that. So in that kind of a thing, when people were all afraid, one of the biggest challenges was telling the men and women that nothing will happen to you. You are the ones who are going to make the country or the particular office or the particular area or the particular residential condominium safe for all others to live in. And definitely nothing is going to happen to you. COVID also brought up another big good thing, is that the mindset about hygiene and cleanliness amongst the users that tremendously changed from being called as, jhadu pocha kind of a people. Suddenly this industry or this category of people, they were looked upon as somebody who's delivering wellness to you, somebody who's delivering health to you. A great linkage happened between the medical fraternity and the FM industry. The hospitals, the clinics and doctors, and that linkage that happened, which was further taken to the community through the facility management industry, is one of the biggest, the best things that could happen to the FM industry because of COVID. Next is, like Asha brought out, that the man who delivers it on ground had to be, I talked of education first, had to be trained. So like in FM industry, I'll talk of say Gurgaon, mostly Gurgaon. So here the housekeeping staff all comes from Bengal, Bihar belt, most of them, the ground level workers. So they could not understand that time. So things had to be converted into their language. We made videos in their language. We made audios in their language. We started, conversing in their language. We especially invited people who could do that and convince them, look, you are the harbingers of this at this time for this country. So that was one big challenge. Why the FM industry could tide over that during the COVID is because the administration, the district administration, the government authorities, the medical authorities, they were all highly supportive of that. One big challenge was that offices were closed, but it did not mean that the cleanliness is not happening. The buildings could not be left just like that. They had to be periodically cleaned so that as and when they open, suddenly you don't find a challenge that ye to band pada hua tha, it is full of smell and all that, all things happening, and cobwebs all over. So that was a very big challenge, that while the offices or the corporate building is closed, getting into the building, working there, at times in minimal numbers, just in pairs. We ensured that nobody goes alone there. It always is better to go in pairs. Should something happen to one person, the others are always there to take care. So COVID brought about a new challenge for the FM industry. It also brought about a new name for the FM industry. We saw a very definite change in the attitude of the common users from seeing FM industry as cleanliness people. From surface tidying, it went into disinfection. It went into linking safety. So that is how I would say that we successfully overcame the challenge of COVID, and FM industry definitely benefited from that.
So my clock already says time's up, time is up, but very quickly, and I give you less than 60 seconds. One real-time scenario, and I have a rapid fire round as well, ladies and gentlemen. So very, very quickly, Asha, one very honest real-time scenario for you.
Yeah, sure. So we were after a long wait, we were told that we were allowed to open or reopen. And like what sir mentioned, that while the cinemas were closed by the government order, we continued to maintain them through the team that we had. So that whenever, so every time there would be a date that would come that industries are being thought of reopening, we would all gear up and we'll get ready. So, you know, that happens that बारात आ रही है और सब माले लेके खड़े हो गए. तो हम सब हर 2-3 बार, हर 2 महीने में हम माले लेके खड़े हो जाते थे, फिर बारात नहीं आती थी. So finally what happened, that this is real life, that we were finally given a date because, you know, there were too many movies aligned. I still remember that, 8th of March. And there was this one particular cinema that we had to open and we were running late on our project. And because that movie had to open and they said, let's have a very big PR in this cinema because this was ahead of its time, technologically very advanced cinema. And we were to open this very, very big blockbuster. Singham ka jo dusra wala hai, I can't recall the name. Sorry about this. My memory is failing now. So there was this very big movie. 8th March was the date to open and we were shut in February. And every time a date would be given, we would all be ready. And then the date would just pass by us and we would not be allowed to open. Finally, 15th of October, the date got logged in. We were ready. We had rehearsed all our SOPs. Everybody was given the PPE, the SOPs, the digital check back. Everything had been done. We actually did our chairs and everything permanent. 90 days disinfection on fabrics. We found every possible technology to make every single surface to be clean and safe. And we went about it like gaga all over the social media to say you can come and it's safe to come and watch a movie with us. And I still remember that movie had to open and there was this Diwali Puja happening. And the producer and the deadlock with us was still not getting over. They just didn't want to release because they said, there was some kind of a issue there. And the Diwali Puja and the deadlock and that opening, it wasn't easy for any one of us. 134 cinemas opened 15th of October in one go. 134 locations I had to open in one go. And I think that's a memory that I will remember throughout, that all our teams delivered, all our partners delivered, all our single man, woman, girl, lady standing delivered to the promises that we had made and splashed throughout the social media. Gives me goosebumps even today.
Oh, fantastic. That is wonderful. I would have continued this topic, gentlemen, but I'm sorry. And I was just being a little partial out here, but I wish I could speak on sustainability and well-being of our fraternity. But however, I have a rapid round fire for you. So please bear with me. And if you would like to kind of throw some light on it, great. So my rapid fire round, starting from that side, one word or a very small sentence. One word or a very small sentence. What does work mean to you? Work mean to you?
Work means delivering the best experience to the users.
All right. Next.
And getting their expectations to us so that we can change ourselves for delivering the best services.
Please keep passing your one healthy habit.
So work means work up to the people.
Sir, my next question. Your one
Different
healthy
question.
habit.
Yeah.
Your one healthy habit.
Wake up in the morning and go for a walk.
How many kilometers do you walk?
I generally walk about 15 kilometers.
Okay, I need to start walking now.
Thank you.
Your success mantra, Vivek.
Work with ethics. That's what I would say.
I'll share mine into the session. Ma'am, for you, I'm not going to ask you cleanliness versus sustainability. So that's kind of struck off. Preferred choice, groundwork or boardrooms?
Boardrooms any day.
Okay, हम soldier आदमी हैं, हम धरती पे काम करने वाले लोग हैं. So for me, it would have been groundwork. All right, but one for you specially, sir. Please pass on the mic to Mr. Yes, Suman Datta. Sir, Bangalore या गुड़गांव?
Bangalore.
Which one?
Bangalore.
Okay, guys, Bangaloreans, here he goes. He's been in Bangalore for the last,
Goes
I
to
don't know,
all
1997.
Bangaloreans here in the room.
Thank you. There's only one out here, so I'll take this back to Bangalore. Thank you very much. So my success mantra for all of you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll say this aloud, I've been always repeating myself. I call it my PVs, my 3 PVs, my Paramveer Chakra. And this is what it has made me today. And I'll say these 3 Ps and Vs for you. My first P for you, patience. Patience, हमें बचपन से है, by default also by the gender that we are. It is there, so please wait. Everything comes in good time. Perseverance, keep persevering and you will get and you will reach where you have to be. Keep looking pretty. I try my best from Facebook. No, that's not all, but it's all about your character and integrity. And someone just said ethics. So my 3 Ps for you, patience, persevere, and keep looking pretty in your work, in your character, and in your life. My 3 Vs for you. The first one, keep your focus very, very clear, which is your vision in your life, where you want to be, what you want to do. My second V for you, I smile a lot, so please smile a lot. So that is stay vivacious. जब ऊपर के ये 5 आप कर लोगे, तो एक ही V बचता है, and that is your victory at your doorstep. So with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
No. Absolutely not. Please, a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. A gentle reminder once again for all our speakers, our panelists, and our session chairs that we have a token of love and appreciation from our gifting partners, Mother's Kitchen, which we wish to present to you. But of course, keeping the time in check, we've had them kept at the registration desk. So when you're making a move, please, please, please collect them. Thank you. Okay, now moving from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebration. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the inaugural edition of BW Facility Management Excellence Awards, a celebration of top-notch professionals and organizations revolutionizing the realm of facility management. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. Now, as you flag off today's celebration, I would request all of you to please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BWFM, that's all in capital letters. Once again, I would take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our co-partner, Blue Star Limited, our associate partner, 10 on FM, our knowledge partner, Global Association for Corporate Services, our gifting partner, the Mother's Kitchen, and our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. With that, may I please request my team to play the partners AV? Partners, Beanley, अब तो मुझे भी याद है यार. For all the ones who are walking in, can you please request you to occupy the seats in the front? बहुत सारी हैं आगे. Oh, why does everyone have the urge to sit पीछे? Just asking. Just asking. You know, ma'am, being a backbencher doing so well, I wonder why did I try and study so much? I should meet my parents now. मैं पीछे ही ठीक था. But okay. And now to kickstart the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to officially open the awards ceremony. And with that, I also don't see Dr. Batra in the room. 2 minutes, of course. Okay, just to check, how many of you have nominated yourself today? Just asking. A company nominated, organization nominated. 10 on? Sir? Only there's 1, 3. कुछ सोच रहे हैं कि क्या हमारी पहुंची है नहीं पहुंची है. I like his reaction. Yes, sir. Dr. Batra is here. So we're just discussing as to how many nominations we've received. There are some who are confused. There are some whom you've pepped up. Sir, आपका हम announcement कर चुके हैं. Sir, अब आपका इंतजार था. Everybody, let's please welcome Dr. Batra once again to officially open the awards ceremony. So, this is your cue. Sachi, आपका है. I've announced for you to officially open the awards ceremony. एक बार फिर से स्वागत करते हैं डॉक्टर बत्रा का. No, please.
I just want to say that in my understanding, Mr. Tyagarajan is supposed to open the award. So I'll just say, I'd like to welcome you. I already spoke in the morning. It's an important community for us, and we'll do a lot more in this. With this, I'd like to invite the jury chair, Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who's the MD and CEO of Blue Star, to make the jury chair address. Welcome, Mr. Tyagarajan. Please give me a big round.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have chaired the jury for the first ever Facility Managers Award. I wish to compliment and thank BW Business World Group for having instituted this much needed one. In his address, Dr. Batra had mentioned about the importance of this particular sector and how he and his publications can help build a community. The jury process were very interesting. Fellow jury members were more than enthused to ask several questions to the nominees, and in the process, going through the applications, we all learned much about how this whole professional space has evolved over the years. I must say I was pleasantly surprised over the evolution of this industry. Here again, I think we are demonstrating truly world class in a country which cannot afford to invest in these spaces. So the important thing being, you are all bringing in innovation. You are trying hard to excel. Whether the doubt all along I had was whether you are able to get that value delivered by the customers in terms of pricing they can. At the end of the day, in quite a few cases, I would say majority of the cases, it will eventually come to who is L1 and how the prices are brought down. That challenge is something which is not going to go away, I think. And the other thing that from the bottom of my heart, I could relate and empathize with is quite often the facility management services are at the receiving end, that they are remembered when there are problems to be resolved. So within the organization, including my own, whether they get the due recognition for the hard work that goes in 24/7. You are all executives out there as a part of the senior management, but the people down the line as a part of your team. That is another issue that we need to address. I don't think we as a country and the whole culture is not to compliment more than what we will criticize for not being done. Lastly, I think the whole community rose to the occasion at the challenges we faced during the COVID period. It was remarkable, putting yourself in the front and protecting so many lives, and most importantly, the enterprises for which you are working. Compliments to you, and I am certain that Dr. Batra mentioned that normally as seen in 3 years, it becomes this one. But I was surprised that the very first event, so many nominations and so much of interest, and the quality of the presentations were high, and the industry has evolved. And so as consumers of this industry and as other stakeholders, we are committed to making this. A promise was made by Dr. Batra. He doesn't make a promise unless he means it, that this profession should be given that importance so that they can even find a seat as a part of the board, or in the board composition takes into account this as a important function like human resources or legal or other such disciplines. Thank you for participating in this award through nominations. Thank you for coming over for this particular event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And as sir just mentioned, and also as Dr. Batra mentioned, and also in the morning had spoken about that when nominations like all of yours with such mighty and hard and incredible work walks in, it becomes really difficult for the jury to even come close to choosing as to who should really win and not. But of course, having said that, all your nominations, when you send them in, that already means to us that each one of you is a winner. But of course, competition ki kuch maryada hoti hai, which we have to of course maintain. So before we move ahead with the awards ceremony, we really would want to show to you exactly what went to the entire jury process. May I please request my team to now play the jury AV.
It was a privilege to have chaired the first edition of the jury for the Business World Facility Management Excellence Awards. I was impressed with the quality of entries and numerous innovations showcased by the participants. Many of them have demonstrated that they have implemented truly world-class facility management solutions for their customers. I was happy to note that the FM industry has embraced diversity initiatives in a big way, providing numerous opportunities to women, rural youth, and differently abled persons. It was heartening to see many women leaders in the facility management industry. I can confidently say that the facility management industry is playing a critical role in nation building. Congratulations to Business World for instituting this award.
For profession and passionate about Veda, the new perception. I must say, first of all, that Dr. Batra is a creative genius who picks up a mundane subject like facility management and makes it into such a creative interaction. An excellent jury, knowledgeable, 53 entries. And look at the interaction, to the point, crisp. So that's what you look into this thing. And they have done a wonderful job. And I congratulate people who won and also the people who have not reached the top, but then next day is around the corner, and I'm sure they'll go right up. It was a wonderful section, interaction, question answers. That's what all these juries and functions are. So I think it was a great job done. And I'm sure, as usual, Anurag will keep on doing newer things and bring things to life. Great. Thank you so much. Congratulations once over. Thank you.
My best wishes to Dr. Batra, Mohit, and the entire team at BW Business World. It's been an absolute pleasure being on the jury panel for the Maiden Facility Management Excellence Awards. Personally, I learned a lot, not just from my co-panelists, but also the well-curated nominations. This is Ninad Tipnis from JTCPL Designs. My compliments to all the nominees and many congratulations to the winners. All the very best. Thank you.
I would like to thank Business World for inviting me as jury member for the FM Excellence Awards. Facility management continues to be a critical and ever-evolving business function. Pandemic has brought more complexity into the function. The FM professionals will also be leading the corporate goals on sustainability in the coming years as part of their profession. The award nominations were an interesting mix of submissions, and I wish all the participants the very best. Also hope to see Business World Excellence Awards grow to a major platform for recognizing the achievements of the FM professionals in the coming years.
I manage the entire real estate services portfolio of Marsh & McKinnon, who have got multiple offices around me. I have been there in the domain of facilities management and corporate real estate for almost 3 decades. And it is my proud privilege to be associated with the first edition of Business World Facilities Management Conference and Award. Believe me, it is an amazing journey. Facilities management as a profession is not a hype. It is a profession which is there in the background. And congratulations to Business World for thinking about it, for making sure that the professionals who are working in this domain can come forward and nominate themselves for what they have been doing. My congratulations to all who have nominated. Believe me, it is not easy to come from the background, come forward and tell the world what it is. And secondly, congratulations to the Business World also, who have done a fabulous job in making sure that we make the professionals feel confident that they can come forward and nominate themselves, and that they will be responsible. Last but not the least, all the winners, you deserve it. The jury has worked very hard on nominating each and every candidate of the 53 people. Here it is. Enjoy the moment, and thank you so much for joining me.
For all the winners, once you've received your award, we would request you to please step down from stage left so that we can take a picture of yours for the magazine. Also, please stay back till the very end because we will also need a group picture with all the winners, of course, for the magazine again. And with that, to felicitate the first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, our Jury Chair, B. Tyagarajan, MD, Blue Star Private Limited, Samir Saxena, Fricks, IGBC APP, GEM CP, IOSH Real Estate Service Leader, India, Marsh and McLennan Companies. So we have categories, and in a few categories, we only have gold winners. In a few, we also have gold and silver. So the first category is Best Service Provider in Innovation and Advancement. And the gold in this category goes to ISS Facility Services, India. We have Vinod Nair and team joining us. We will. Let's please give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations, sir. So before you leave, a few words on how does this feel and what more do we expect?
I think it's just a tip of an iceberg, and I'm thankful to my organization who has given me more than enough freedom to experiment. I've failed several times, but also come with a lot of learning experience. So I'm thankful to Aksh, who is the CEO of the company, who has given me absolute freedom to experiment with technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next category is Emerging FM Agency of the Year. And once again, we only have a gold in this. So the gold in this category goes to Talbot for Services. So we have with us Harsh Banani, the director and team. Let's please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The efforts have paid off. Congratulations. Before you go, something.
Thank you everyone for having us out here. I think we are truly honored, to receive this award in the category of Best Emerging FM Company of the Year. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this event and the jury, respected jury, who recognized our efforts into this space. As an organization, we continue to invest into cutting edge technologies, foster an environment of continuous learning, and also create a set of professionals, who are passionate enough to create efficient, sustainable, and safe work environments in this space. With this, thank you once again so much for having us out here.
Congratulations, please. Moving ahead, our next category is ESG initiatives by the organization. We first have a silver in this and then a gold. So the silver in ESG initiatives by the organization category goes to Embassy Services. We have with us Rohit Kohl from the operations team.
Thank you very much for having us here. Thank you to the organizers and the business world fraternity. It is indeed a pleasure to have this ESG gold. It is. I was really, overwhelmed to have this. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Okay. And the gold in this category, ESG initiatives by the organization, goes to Wipro. We have with us Jatinder Singh, AVP Facilities Management Group, to receive the award.
Thank you, Business World. At Wipro, ESG is a part of our DNA, and thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samir sir, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for him, please. May I please request Daksha Bhardwaj, architect, environment planner, and interior designer partner, Bhardwaj and Bhardwaj Associates, and founder trustee, Dr. Satyakam Bhardwaj, Vedic Research Foundation. So already joined us on stage to help us present the next set of awards. Moving on to our next category, Facility Management Excellence Award for Startup. We only have a gold in this category, and the gold goes to Digitizing Possibilities, PAS Digital Private Limited. We have with us Parikshit Roy, the co-founder, and team joining us to receive the award on behalf of the team. Let's please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
For a young fledgling organization, this is nothing less than a Malcolm Baldrige or a Deming Award. I truly appreciate this. This will give us further wings to fly high and the inspiration to do bolder and smart technology innovation. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And a big thank you for the team, which has been working tirelessly for the last 3.5 years to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, team. Moving ahead, our next category is FM Cleaning Service Provider of the Year, Health and Safety. Once again, we only have a gold in this category. So the gold goes to ISS Facility Services India. Once again, we have Vinod Nair and team to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Everybody wants for them, please, and for their hard work. That surely paid off.
Okay, I mean, this used to be quite an unorganized industry well until now, right? And safety in ISS is a way of life. We always say a harness gear is any day better than a horseman. And that's what we believe in delivering our work. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead with the next category. That's FM game-changing organization during the pandemic. We first have a silver in this and then a gold. To the silver in FM game-changing organization during the pandemic category goes to World Trade Center. We have the General Manager, Manoj Kumar Biswal, along with so to join us on stage and receive the award. Everybody for them, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely delighted to receive such an honor. Thank you, Business World, for ideating and curating such a forum. And also thank to jury panel for giving us this memorable moment to enjoy, to rejoice. On behalf of World Trade Center Bangalore, I think I should thank each and everyone who is associated with this event and have been working relentlessly to make it a grand success. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And the gold in FM game-changing organization during the pandemic category goes to Wipro. We have Jatinder Singh, EVP, Facilities Management Group, and sir joining us to receive the award on behalf of the entire team. For them, please, ladies and gentlemen. So.
During the crisis, apart from taking care of our own premises, Wipro went over and out and distributed huge amount of food within the community using our kitchens at various places. Wipro also set up a hospital in Pune. And this was very much appreciated by the government. So in COVID, Wipro played a huge role in, helping the community. And thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you so much, Dakshaji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for sir, please. Thank you. Now, please request Major Atiti Mohan, Chief Administrative Officer, FNF India Private Limited, to join us on stage and help us present the awards. The next set of winners. Please, ma'am. You know, we've just finished the 9th category. We have a few more to go, and we gradually see जो तालियां हैं वो सिर्फ पहले टेबल तक ही रह गई हैं. We've already lost them in the back benches. So please, a request. It's the hard work that's paying off of all the winners, your colleagues, your team members. Let's show them some josh. Thank you. The next category is FM Organization Leadership Award for Excellence. We first have a silver in this, and the silver goes to Knight Frank, India. We have Satish Rajendran, Senior Executive Director and Head, along with joining us to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Everybody.
Like to take this opportunity to thank Business World and Dr. Raja. Fabulous initiative. It's great to see such recognition for this FM fraternity, and especially Mr. BTM. Really fortunate to take this award from you. The reason I'm saying I started TFM in Blue Star. So thank you very much. And thanks for my organization. I'm really grateful for all the teamwork which we all have done together. Colonel Anand, thank you.
And the gold in FM Organization Leadership Award for Excellence category goes to Sheila. We have with us the Assistant General Manager, Tushar Bisht, to receive the award.
Thank you, Business World, for the platform and the recognition. Within Sila, we've got a very young and dynamic team. And we are lucky to have leaders like Rushabh, who on behalf I'm collecting the award for, who guided us, and we've come to this platform and this recognition today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us. Everybody wants for ma'am, please. Thank you. And may I please request Shalin Pranad, Independent Consultant, Real Estate Services, to join us on stage, sir. Let's all welcome. The next category is FM Project of the Year. Once again, we have a silver in this category first. So the FM Project of the Year silver goes to BVG India. We have with us Rupal Sinha, the President, Global Strategy and Operation, along with his team, to receive the award. Everybody for them, please.
Evening. Thank you so much. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, all jury members. And as we said in the morning, this project, is a testament of our commitment, which we made in the morning, also in the session, that BBG is committed as far as environmental and sustainability is concerned. So we are walking the talk, and many more to come. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Once again, a reminder for all the winners. Once you've received the award, please step down from stage left or stage left now on for a picture. And then we request all the winners to also stay back till the very end for a group picture as well for the magazine. Now, the gold in FM Project of the Year category goes to Wipro. Once again, we have Jatinder Singh, AVP Facilities Management Group, along with Sir to receive the award. Sir.
Hi, good evening all, and thank you so very much, Business World Group. It's an absolutely an honor and pleasure to be here. So this project is more about, transformation from a manpower-based contract to an outcome-based contract. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. May I please request Lebanese Sanyal, Head Corporate Admin and FM, Hero Motor Corp Limited, to please join us on stage and help us present the next set of awards. Moving ahead to the next category, which of course also has a silver and then a gold. The category is FM Property Management Organization of the Year. And the silver in this category goes to Sarovar Hotel and Resorts. We have the General Manager, Ketan Parmar, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Once for him, please, and his entire team back home.
It's a very good platform the business world has created for us. We thanks a lot to them. This goes to my team, my mentors, my colleagues, and all the collaborators who has helped us. Thank you. Thank you.
And now to the gold in FM Property Management Organization of the Year. And the gold goes to Embassies on the stage. We have with us Rohit Kaul, Operations Head, North Region, along with his team to receive the award on behalf of the entire group.
Well, to have this award in property management section is actually a pleasure because Embassy, as you all know, is a developer group based out of Bangalore, and we have been outreaching into the services portfolio now, where we are serving FM and property management services to companies like HCL and GMR Airport and lot many bigger clients. Thank you so much for recognizing us, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Sharendraji and Laviniji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants for them, please. Now, please request Sahibjeet Singh Grewal, VP, Facilities and Projects, Intergroup, to join us on stage and help us present. Not here. Now, mind. I shall also introduce our next presenter. Now, please request Harshvardhanji, CEO, BW Security World, to join us on stage. Everybody for sir, please. Moving ahead to our next category, Emerging FM Professional or Emerging FM Manager of the Year. We only have a gold in this category, and that goes to Zomato Rohan Sethi, the Senior Manager, Workplace and Facilities. So I also want to ask you this, Zomato hai ya Zomato hai? Zomato.
Thank you, everyone. My deepest gratitude towards Business World team, jury, and everyone who is here. This only inspires us to do better and better and raising the bar each time. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead to our next category, FM Men Leadership Award for Excellence. And the gold in this category goes to Angad Rajan, Global CFO and IFM Head, Keynote FM.
Thank you, Business World, jury members, and all my colleagues from the FM fraternity. It's such a proud thing to receive this award at the inaugural session for Facility Management Summit. And this success is not mine, but for all my colleagues who are here today and who work with us across the country. We're 20,000 strong and 10 on FM. So thank you to all of them, and thank you, Business World.
Thank you. Our next category, FM Women Leadership Award for Excellence. And the silver in this category goes to Soumya Sarda Vinani, Talbot for Services Private Limited, she's a director and founder.
Thank you so much, the BW team and the esteemed jury members, for giving me this award. It is an honor and a privilege for the Talbot Force team to receive it, and especially the 33% of the women working, an inspiration for them to climb up the leadership ladder. This award symbolizes my resilience and dedication towards Talbot. If I can do it with a visual challenge, then I think everybody can. I would like to thank once again everyone for bringing us together and recognizing the hard work and contribution of women to the FM industry and the corporate world. Thank you so much.
Your trophy, ma'am. And the gold in FM Women Leadership Award for Excellence category goes to Reshmi Shankar, Vice President, Wipro Limited. We have Hitinder Singh Ji, ABB Facilities Management Group, to receive the award on behalf of Reshmi. For Reshmi, please, everybody. The next category is FM Excellence Award in Customer Satisfaction. And the gold in this team goes to then on FM, we have Angad Rajai and the Global CFO and IFM head and this team to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. For the entire team, please, everybody.
This is a very special day because this gentleman here who's standing on my left is my mentor. So when I joined 10 on FM 9 years ago, this is the gentleman who put me through the grind, and to have him on the stage along with me today to receive this award is such a delight for both ourselves. He's one of our long-standing leaders who's had 28 years at 10 on FM. And I've asked him politely, but he's very conscious to receive this award on the behalf of 10 on FM. Govindji, would you like to?
Yeah, I would like to thank Mr. Angad to say so much about me. It was my duty as a senior at that moment of time when he joined organization. Today, he is leading the entire organization across the world. So thank you, Angad, for saying so much about it.
Congratulations, Angad, the entire team, and of course also sir for his 28 years of of hard work that he's put in. Now, the next two categories, they are the hallmark categories. Let's just say they're the culmination of this awards ceremony. Extremely special awards. The first category of them is FM Person of the Year Award. Now, before we announce the winner, may I please request Jagvinder Penimanji, Independent Corporate Real Estate Consultant and former Microsoft Senior Portfolio Leader, to please join us on stage and help us present these hallmark awards. Please, ma'am. The category is FM Person of the Year Award, the hallmark category, and the silver in this goes to Lovely Sanyal, Hero Motorcorp Limited, the Senior General Manager.
Thank you, Business World, Dr. Batra, for instituting this award and the platform here today for the FM fraternity. It is, I think the FM fraternity long deserved this, and to have it here, thank you so much once again. Congratulations, the Business World team, for having such a nice, organized event today for hosting all of us. I thank the team here too, the esteemed jury panel, for having selected me for this. I'm sure the rest of the contenders were as capable or perhaps as strong as I am, but I'm the lucky one. Thank you so much. Thanks once again.
And now for FM Person of the Year Award, the gold in this category goes to Dr. Shruti Naraputta, the founder and CEO of Shruti Foundation.
Thank you so much, Business World. I normally don't apply for awards, but I thought since I had gone exactly 10 years ago to the grassroots, away from my comfortable abodes, both in Delhi and in the UK, I went straight to the grassroots because I felt that the real treasures that need management, that need some encouragement lie in the hidden last miles of India. And that was actually yesterday. It was exactly 10 years. So today I start the new decade of my work there. And what a great day to receive this recognition. I'm indeed so humbled and so glad, because I believe that this award is really not for me, but for many, many people who would wish to do such things in India, but don't know where to begin. So let me tell you, I began not knowing what I was going to do there 10 years ago. I had no idea. And today, I think I'm so enriched. I think I'm more enriched than the people who I was supposed to enrich. And I think that would be true for anybody who ventured out of their comfort zone to go to such places where the real treasure of India is. So thank you very much, Mrs. Wood. Thank you.
Okay, now for the last category, once again, a Hallmark Award, FM Organization of the Year. First, the silver, and that goes to again goes to Wipro. That's Jatinder G, ABP Facilities Management Group. Jatinder G with his colleague to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. FM Organization of the Year, Silver, Wipro.
We are really delighted. This is our 5th award. Thank you very much for recognizing us in various, categories. And to Mr. Batra also. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. A request and also a reminder to all the winners, please stay back for the group picture. And now the gold, an FM Organization of the Year category, the Hallmark one. This goes to Sila. We have with us Char Bish, the Assistant General Manager, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group.
Thank you once again. It's good to be back on the stage again and receiving the Hallmark Award. I think it just goes to prove that hard work and patience and delivering customer satisfaction really goes and proves its worth. Thank you once again.
Congratulations With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony, but also we have a few jury members with us.
I just want to bring Mohit and Shilpa, our friends, especially Mohit, who really put this together. And if he wants, Mohit and Shilpa, please come. They really worked very, very hard. I'm actually a little slow today, but Mr. Thiagarajan reminded me. Please give Mohit and Shilpa a big round of applause too. They really put this together and made sure that the inaugural one has the right representation from the sector and elect all of you as a community and be able to do this. Mohit, well done, and you also get an award. But you know that, yes, absolutely. Please give my colleagues a big round of applause. Thank you.
With this, may I also please request Dr. Batra to present a token of love and appreciation to our present jury members. Can we please, to our jury chair, P. Thiagarajan sir, everybody once for sir, please, for heading it, for making sure that Daksha sir, please sir. Everybody for sir, please. A jury member. Shalendra sir. And also Samir sir. And with this, may I please request all the winners. Let's first do this. Can we give a huge round of applause to sir? I'm sorry for skipping that. Thank you for reminding me. May I please request all the winners along with their trophies only to join us on stage for a group picture. And with them, I also request the jury members, please. We'll first have a picture with you and the winners and then only the winners. All the winners, please. Shalendra sir, aye. Daksh sir, please. All the winners with their trophies only.